this afternoon, the afternoon session will start 10 minutes earlier. So it will start at 1:05, not at 1:15. Just a small change. Without further ado, let's have the first speaker of the session, Marc Fleurbaey, who is going to talk about the stakeholder corporation and social welfare. Remember, 30-35 minutes plus 10-15 minutes of discussion. Go ahead, Marc, please.
Okay, thank you, Joachim. Can you see the slides and hear me?
Yes.
We can see the slides. It's not on full. It's not on full screen.
Oh, that's not normal. So let me do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let me try this one. Is it full screen now?
Yes.
It is fine, at least.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. All right. So this is a joint work with Grégory Pontière, who is now at Louvain-la-Neuve. And this is something on the corporation. And the motivation is that, social progress is not just about macro structures, but also about what happens in the firm. And as you are all aware of, there is something going on about reforming the corporation and going beyond the religion of shareholder value that has prevailed since at least famous or infamous op-ed by Milton Friedman, the New York Times Magazine in 1970. And you see, including, for instance, in the US, there has been this new movement of benefit corporations that is interesting, and France has tried to copy this thing. There is a new law that allows firms to choose their mission, and so on. In economic theory, the idea that firms should cater to stakeholders, a broader group than shareholders, has been viewed traditionally with a lot of skepticism. So there is some famous work by Jensen and Tirole arguing essentially two things. One is that if you have multiple stakeholders at the helm of the firm, the managers will have multiple principles, and so they will not know what to do, or they will maneuver and divide and rule. So that would create a problem. And the other objection to stakeholder theory is that it's very hard to figure out what the objective becomes when you talk about a large group of stakeholders. So it's if there's surplus or something like that. It's nothing like the traditional notion of profit that is in the accounting books and is easy to pin down. There is in the management literature quite a positive approach to stakeholder theory, but as far as I know, it sounds a little more on the side of philosophy than theory, really. So it's a sort of soft approach with ground principles, but not so easy to figure out exactly what it means in practice. In the economic literature, there is an important, interesting recent paper by Michael McGill, Martin Kinsey, and Jean-Charles Rochet, where they analyze especially the situation of a monopoly with externalities, and they study how such a firm could try to maximize total surplus and what it would mean. And so it would mean that it would not use its market power and it would internalize its externalities. And they discuss how to implement that with a membership market. The stakeholders would buy their membership rights on a specific market. So what Grégory and I do in this paper is to somehow try to understand the basic microeconomics of surplus maximization as opposed to profit maximization. And we do that mostly in a partial equilibrium approach, but we have an appendix with general equilibrium results. I'll say a word about that. And the upshot of our analysis is first, we discovered to our surprise, I must say, that there are simple management rules that come out of this idea of surplus maximization. So we obtain actually a new form of profit maximization set of rules that have some specific constraints. The second thing that comes out is that when you have imperfect competition, the market has a sort of special failure. It is biased against the socially responsible firms, against the firms that maximize stakeholder surplus, and it is biased in favor of the ordinary profit maximizing firms. And we discuss a few alternative implementation ideas, so the membership market doesn't look very promising. Okay, so I'll perhaps, in the interest of time, I'll skip the discussion of the literature. There are many bits of literature going in various directions on which we did, but let me skip that. And right away go into the discussion of how we can figure out what the total stakeholder value means, right? So there is this nice little graph that suggests that you have, if you take all the reservation prices of the stakeholders, that gives you somehow the minimum cost of stakeholder participation in the firm. You add up the surpluses of especially the employees and the suppliers, that gives you the standard economic cost of the firm's operations. You add the profit, of the firm, that gives you the price at which it sells its products. And if you add the consumer surplus, then you get the total economic value of the firm's operation. And the stakeholder value would be the difference between this economic value and the minimum cost units. All of this stuff here is essentially what we should be talking about. And so here is the way we put it in a model. So I try to be as little formal as possible. But if you represent profit as the value at the market prices of the difference between your outputs and your inputs, possibly minus a corporate tax. The consumer surplus, you have many consumers, potentially they each have a willingness to pay for the quantity they buy, and you have the total bill they pay to the firm. Same thing symmetrically for the suppliers, including workers, right? The firm pays a bill to them, and they have their willingness to accept, right, the minimum amount they need to be paid in order to do what they do. You have the tax that goes to the state, and we add, in our analysis, we add externalities, which may be broader and go to including future generations, whatever. Okay? And so if you add up all these terms, a lot of terms cancel out. And what you get up is only the difference between the willingness to pay of those who receive something from the firm and the willingness to accept of those who provide something to the firm. Okay? And of course, the externality is to be added. All right? I said I won't be formal, so I just flag this slide without explaining what we get. But if you have only one output and one input, the math of the analysis is pretty simple. And you get this kind of graph where you have, so the horizontal axis has quantities, the vertical axis has the price of the firm, and the demand curve is just the standard demand curve, nothing new here. The supply curve is something you may not have seen before. It's not the supply curve of the firm, it's the amount you must pay the suppliers of the input in order to obtain the production, the quantity that you are talking about on the horizontal axis. Okay, so that's a different thing. It takes account their willingness to accept and not the price that is paid to them. And so if you have this curve here, you can represent, so the total, if the firm was producing at this quantity here at the intersection of these two curves, that would maximize the total surplus. And you can represent on the same graph the consumer surplus, the profit, and the supplier surplus, the workers' surplus, if you want, all in the same graph. And so what happens when the firm is maximizing profit instead of maximizing this total surplus? Very simple. What you get is that's the outcome you get. A bigger profit, not so much bigger, but somewhat bigger. But the surplus of the other parties is seriously reduced. Right? They are squeezed. Consumers and workers are squeezed for the benefit of shareholders. Okay, now we study a little bit the conditions for shareholder value to be something that is aligned actually with stakeholder value. So I'll be quick on that, it's not so interesting, but there is what we could call an invisible hand theorem. So if you have imperfect competition, and if you assume aware externalities, or you assume that they are treated by an appropriate Pigouvian tax, then a firm that maximizes its profit also automatically maximizes total surplus. So there is a trivial way to understand this result. And the trivial way is that, in fact, the consumers and the suppliers, if you are in a perfect competition setting, the prices are given. And so for all the agents. And so the surplus of consumers and suppliers are determined by the prices and their demand and their supply. So that's it, right? So the firm has no influence on their surplus in a way. The only thing that changes in the decisions of the firm can do to people is to change the profit of the shareholders, possibly the taxes paid and the externalities, right? So maximizing profit is essentially taking care of what remains to be done, and you need something to take care of externality. Okay, that's the idea. So what's more interesting is to look at what happens when we are not in this ideal situation, and especially when we don't have perfect competition, right? So there are many imperfections that can undermine these shareholder value result. Market power is an obvious one. Rationing, so when the markets, some markets are not in balance, like for instance unemployment, is another. Incomplete contracts is yet another. And finally, you may have some Pigou taxes in the economy, but maybe not at the ideal level. And so that is an additional problem. So I'll focus mostly in my talk on market power and the externality problem. In the paper, we discuss also rationing situations and incomplete contracts. Okay, so what should a firm that is really devoted to maximizing the stakeholder value as it was defined, right? So this expression at the top of the slide here. So if we assume that the firm controls the prices, whereas, so it may have some market power, whereas its trading partners, consumers, workers are price takers, for the firm's decision, it is equivalent to maximize its profit. So PY here just means the profit, Y is the net product. So it's equivalent to maximize profit, taking the prices as given. Okay, so behaving without using its own market power, and to maximize the expression that you have here, the difference between willingness to pay and willingness to accept. So you can extend that to externalities by deducting from profit an expression that is the quantity of externalities. So E, for instance, interpret that as emissions, for instance, of polluting gases or something like that. And VM is the marginal social value of such emissions. And so, so you can deduct this notional Pigou tax from the profit. And if you maximize that for taking P as given and taking the marginal social value of externalities as given, that will maximize the whole expression. Right? So that gives you an idea that, in fact, maximizing the total surplus is not so difficult because it boils down to maximizing profit under certain constraints. So the first constraint is not to use your market power, take the prices that you pick, that you choose. Okay, so you control the prices, but you must, for these prices that you choose, you must maximize profit at those prices. And having the appropriate account for externalities through this sort of self-imposed Pigouvian tax if the state is not doing its job in this respect. So the reason why we have this sort of simple management rule is the following. So surplus is very hard to measure because you need to have a lot of information about the demand curve and so on, right? So preferences of the agent, that's very subjective. So we can agree with the economic literature on the fact that it's very hard to measure that, but you don't need to measure it to maximize it. That's the point, because what happens is that when you do maximization, you only need to know what you need to know for the first order conditions, right? So the marginal values. And the marginal surplus is just the market price for price-taking agents. So if the consumers are price-taking, their marginal surplus is the market price, and same for the workers and their wages. And so there is nothing more objective than the prices and the wages, and so you are done, right? So you can have a simple, You don't need to measure the stakeholder value, but you can maximize it pretty easily. That's the first thing. So that's a nice result, but unfortunately, it doesn't solve all the problems because the stakeholder firms will tend to do excessive differentiation. If they can advertise to attract surplus to them rather than the competitors, they do that, and there will be excessive spending and advertising just in the same way, more or less, as ordinary firms. So they don't solve all the problems. The interesting problem I want to introduce now is what happens when you have a mix of firms in the economy, when you have profit maximizing firms and you have responsible firms or stakeholder corporations, as we call them. So we do that in a model that is an imperfect competition model with free entry. It's simplified a little bit. We have only one input, one output, and the demands and the supply curves are somewhat simplified. One key assumption I should stress is that we assume away any taste for diversity. Right? So consumers don't benefit from the fact that you have many firms. They're just interested in the good, and they are not interested in buying every brand available in the market. So that's the approach we focus on. So there is a simple result, which is that the problem with the stakeholder firms is that they don't maximize profit. And so they leave opportunities for profit on the table by their behavior. And if we assume that you have entry by profit maximizing firms whenever there remain opportunities for profit, then the profit maximizing firms will drive the other firms out of the market. Right. So there is a selection, a kind of adverse selection theorem. The profit maximizing firms will drive the non-profit maximizing firms out of the market. And that's very intuitive, and it connects to a lot of literature, including in evolutionary economics. So the reason is that the profit, having a non-negative profit is the viability condition of survival in the business, right? And so it's a natural phenomenon when you have some pressure of selection that the agents who maximize this variable that serves as a viability condition, they are those who will survive. And the others who maximize something else, they will be less fit and will not survive. Right? So it's just a replication of this kind of standard result. And so the market selection is good in a way and bad in the other way. It is good because it drives out the firms that have higher costs, which are less effective in productive terms. But it's bad in the sense that it drives out the responsible firms, those that take care of the surplus of everybody, and it favors those which are only interested in shareholder value. And so the equilibrium we obtain with this situation is actually inefficient in a double way. First, you have excessive entry of firms, and that's a well-known result. But and moreover, you have firms exerting market power, which squeezes the surplus of firms. So that's the situation with standard competition. Now you might say, well, but in fact, we can hope that responsible firms will have some advantages. And indeed, if you introduce incomplete contracts, for instance, these firms may be likely to better handle the non-contractable parameters in their management. And that may give them lower costs. For instance, if they are more gentle with their workers, they may be able to pay lower wages because there is less work intensity, and they may somehow be more profitable thanks to that. Or you may have ethical preferences in the partners of the firms. And so the customers may accept to pay a higher price and the workers may accept to have a lower wage. That may make them more competitive. So that could compensate their disadvantage to some extent, but whether that's enough or not, there is no guarantee. Now, another interesting result is when you have only stakeholder firms. So let's assume that for some reason, there is a regulation that prevents the profit maximizing firms from crowding out the responsible firms. So only the stakeholder corporations remain on the market. So in that case, and let's simplify a little bit, and for the moment, assume away externalities, incomplete contracts, and so on. Right? Then, if you have what I call responsible firms, is again the same thing as stakeholder corporations. Right? So if you have a free entry equilibrium with such firms, that will lead to something that not only maximizes the surplus of each firm, taking account of what the others do, but it will actually maximize the total surplus for the whole industry, and it will lead to the optimal number of firms. So that's a nice result that we didn't really anticipate. So not only do they behave well for their stakeholders, but collectively, they solve the problem of excessive entry in the market. So one remark in passing here, I'll come back to that. This holds provided that the firms rely on the standard price mechanism, right? So the usual linear price, and assuming that having a non-negative profit remains the viability condition, right? So firms stop entering, not in terms of checking whether they have a surplus, but they still check whether they have a positive profit, right? So not losing money, it should remain the viability condition. Okay? They maximize something else than profit, but non-negative profit remains the viability condition, as it should in a way, right? So that we don't want them to always beg for subsidies and so on. So if we had something else than the standard price mechanism, for instance, membership markets, actually that would lead to excessive entry because the firms would be able to extract surplus by selling, for instance, membership shares. They would extract surplus from their stakeholders, and that would somehow give them some profit that would make them viable. Even, right, so essentially it would still be entry just when you still have surplus that's there. And that would squeeze out the surplus of the economy, and we would have even more excessive entry than we have with profit maximizing firms. So that would be actually terrible. What about externalities? So the same result holds actually if we have externalities, provided that the non-negative profit condition is now formulated in a way that again deducts a notional pigou tax from their profit. And that's pretty nice because it's somehow a justification for the polluter pays principle. Right? So somehow the firm must, even if there is no pigou tax by the state, the firms must self-impose a notional pigou tax to check whether it's worth operating in the market or not. For instance, you may have a cement company, and if you check that after the pigou tax, actually your profit would be negative, you should stay out of this market. Right? So if the firms do that, then we again have this invisible hand theorem. Everything is perfect. We have full efficiency and the maximum surplus, including externalities in the situation. So the intuition for this result is not totally obvious, but it has to do with the fact that the management rules that such firms follow lead them to operate at minimal average cost, including externalities. So somehow they operate each of them at the optimal size, and therefore the total number of firms will be optimal as well. That's I mean, that's not. I'm not sure it conveys the intuition sufficiently, but that's roughly the idea. So we can apply this kind of analysis about the adverse selection coming from the market to the situation, the competition between capital managed firms and labor managed firms. You may be aware of Greg Doe's work, especially insisting on the fact that labor is not divisible and alienable, unlike capital. And as a consequence, capital supply for a particular firm is very elastic. Capital can fly very easily to other firms, whereas labor supply is relatively inelastic in comparison. People cannot split their jobs into many firms, right, in between many firms. And so when you have a capital managed firm would maximize an expression looking like that, where so you have the sales revenue from the firm, that's the first term. Then you have the cost, but if it is managed for the sake of capital holders, you would have something like the willingness to accept from the capital holders, and then you have the cost of the wages, the ordinary cost. But if you have an elastic labor supply, capital supply, sorry, then this willingness to accept by firms would essentially be the same thing as the market cost of attracting capital. And therefore, a capital managed firm is actually maximizing profit in the ordinary sense, right? So that's what's likely to happen. In contrast, a labor managed firm will have an expression that takes the market cost of capital as given, but then takes care of the willingness to accept of its workers. And that is different from the wage bill. And therefore, such a firm does not maximize something like a profit and will have, in particular, will have more expensive hiring. And that will lead to a disadvantage in the competition. So these firms don't behave like they maximize profit. And therefore, as a consequence, they will be driven out of the market. So that's, I mean, this is, I don't believe this is the only reason why we have a market bias in favor of capital managed firms, but it's a simple way of illustrating how this analysis can come up with a story in this particular application. Okay, I'll briefly mention, we look at what happens if these responsible firms are in an oligopoly, Bertrand Corneau, or a general equilibrium setting. And we always get a social optimality or full efficiency result. In the one thing that is interesting is that it's not so surprising after all that in the general equilibrium setting, you have many agents in the economy. And so the value of the externality depends on how you essentially, what is your social welfare function? How much weight do you give to different people in the economy? And so if the firms do that, if each firm is self-imposing a notional pigou tax, it will have to do it in a way that reflects the same social welfare function as all the other firms. If they somehow implicitly rely on different social welfare weights, we will have a situation that will not be efficient in general. So that suggests if you have a sort of socially responsible attitude that is decentralized in this way, you need to have an agreement about the distribution, about social welfare weights in order to reach efficiency, right? So you cannot achieve efficiency without an agreement on equity. That's the idea. Okay, so let me say a few words before closing about the implementation. So the idea of having membership markets was motivated partly in the literature by this difficulty of measuring the surplus, right? So one way of objectifying the surplus obtained by the stakeholders is to create a market where there will be a membership price that will reflect this surplus. And so somehow the hope is that this solved the problem of the difficulty of having an objective picture of the surplus. So I think this problem is moot for the reasons I've explained. We don't really need to measure it, and so we don't need to objectify it. We only need prices, and that's enough. But the idea of membership markets is interesting to consider because it's a mechanism that is quite non-standard. And as I said, I think it's not promising, and in particular in the context of free entry market, it leads to excessive entry, as I explained. It also creates problems in terms of distributional difficulties because the surplus of different stakeholders may differ, and the marginal member, the last one to enter, and typically will have no surplus, whereas previous ones will have some surplus. So there will be some issues, and you are aware of these issues of liquidity constrained people, for instance, having difficulties entering cooperatives and this sort of thing. So all these issues are there. And there is the problem that, and it's discussed in a paper by McGill et al. If you don't have side payments across categories of stakeholders, their conflicting interests will remain very much in place. And so that will not solve the problem of exactly what to do in the firm. So the picture that emerges from our analysis is a picture in which, as I said, we don't need to have a measure of total surplus. We can have simple management rules. And maybe the way to, and we should keep profit as a viability condition. So the main way to implement that, so we don't really model that and it's a bit informal, but the idea is if you have inclusive governance, you can give some specific mandate to the stakeholders participating to the governance by telling them, you are not free to do whatever you want with the firm or advocate anything you want, but you have the duty and the right to check whether the firm abides by the management rules that maximize the total stakeholder surplus, right? And so if they realize that, for instance, the marginal productivity at the market price is greater than the wage or the cost of a certain input, then they can see this is bad both for customers and for workers, and they can react, right? And so that suggests that having inclusive governance and democracy in the firms is important, but we should not just say, okay, now we have democracy and everything is fine. We should give guidance to what the stakeholders are allowed to do in the firm. So let me,
Marc, you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I don't think I need that much. Thank you, Joachim. So just two thoughts, my last two slides about capitalism and the topic of this conference, socialism, right? So how does that suggest reforming the current economic system? And so there are various solutions that have been, that could be discussed in the context of the adverse selection that we see in our analysis. So one solution is perfect competition, right? But that's obviously unrealistic. I don't need to elaborate on that. Regulating entry could help address the problem of excessive entry, but it would not address the problem of market power. So that's not the full picture. We could imagine having tax incentives, so special deductions on corporate taxes for firms which behave responsibly. Now, how is the government able to do that? That requires a lot of information going from the firms to the government. Pretty tough to imagine. This information is typically local. The membership markets I mentioned, they have their problems as well. And so what we suggest is the only way to get out of this adverse selection problem is to have inclusive governance and require responsible management for all firms. But that should be imposed on all firms. If we still allow profit maximizing firms to exist, they will bias the competition. They will drive out. They will crowd out the responsible firms. And so if we reflect on characteristics of a startup capitalist economy, what are its characteristics? So in a way, we could say it has free enterprise, okay, free entry in the market. Profitability is the viability condition. You cannot lose money and continue to exist. It uses mostly the price mechanism instead of other mechanisms to transfer resources between people. It has profit as the objective of the most business organizations, and it grants a lot of control to capital, okay? And so it's not difficult to figure out that the first and second points, free enterprise and profitability as viability, trigger, as I said, by a natural evolutionary process, profit becoming the objective, right? So from the viability condition, it becomes the objective because it's only when you maximize that you survive. And capital control is also part of that as a consequence, as I explained. So you could say maybe we should reform a lot of these things, but in fact, the only things that we should change really to solve the problems identified in this analysis are points 4 and 5. Right? So we need to change the objective and we need to remove capital control. And this can be done, right? So even if they are the natural consequences of the previous points, they are natural, but they need not be kept in place, right? We can have policy that reforms that and prevents profit becoming the objective and prevents capital having full control. And I should, of course, mention that inclusive governance in the firm, treating stakeholders as partners rather than external contractors, has a lot of good social and symbolic effects that are also important. But what I find a bit surprising is that it's not that we need to go for a fluffy stakeholder approach where we should do something nice, but we don't know what it is. In fact, what we need to do is to keep profit maximization, but just put some constraints on it. Right, so simple management rules, and that would do it. And let me stop here and thank you a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Marc, with among other things for staying inside your budget, your time budget constraint. Let's see if there are any questions from the participants. Let's see. Roberto, you have your no?
I see hands in the list of. If you click on the list of participants, you can see the hands, Joachim. So I see Burak, Max, François, and Jacome.
Yeah, Burak. Yeah.
Marc, Marc, thank you for the presentation. So the thing that I would like to ask you is that the first theorem is called invisible hand theorem, right? But it involves taxes that are typically determined by the government. But probably the idea is that the other agents are solving their standard maximization problems, and there's a market system. Demand is equal to supply. That's the reason why probably you call it invisible hand theorem. But wouldn't it be more appropriate to show a similar efficiency result based on cost theorem, like participants of the economy bargain over the externalities, and they voluntarily make certain transactions, and at the end they achieve a form of efficiency? Wouldn't that be more appropriate?
Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, it's okay, right? So there is a sort of basic equivalence between cap and trade mechanisms and pigwood taxes. Absolutely. So you could have that. That would be just the same. No, we just call that invisible hand in the sense that you have the firms maximizing. So what's kind of surprising in a way, and it was surprising perhaps at the time of Adam Smith, is that the firms can maximize their profit, and under perfect competition, that turns out to maximize the total surplus, right? And so that's the surprising thing. So it's a sort of invisible hand flavor, right? You do something good for society, even if you selfishly maximize your little business profit.
François?
Yes, thank you, Marc. I mean, extremely interesting and stimulating. I mean, you presented what I think are former results in the paper. I would like to know a little bit more about the assumptions that you need. In particular, do you need some convexity assumptions? And what I have in mind is that, I mean, there are a lot of non-convexities everywhere, in particularly associated with location of economic activities. And I mean, in simple models, it's easy to be to interpret what price taking means, but I suspect that when you look at the contents of a firm, it must be much more difficult. So my question is about, I mean, generally the assumptions that you need. What about convexity assumptions? Do you need them? And if so, compared to the reality, I mean, how do we implement that, in particular, checking the price-taking behavior?
Yeah, right. So no, we don't need convexity assumptions, because in the especially in the imperfect competition setting, it's more interesting to have a situation where you have increasing returns to scale in the beginning and then decreasing returns to scale later on, right? So the standard imperfect competition analysis. So no, you don't need that. But what we need is a clear separation, is a clear identification of all the externalities, right? That are not really that are not taken care of by market transactions. So that could include agglomeration effects and this sort of thing, if that's what you have in mind. Yes, absolutely. So I'm not sure it fully answers your question, but I don't think we need a very fancy assumptions or more demanding assumptions than usual. Now, in terms of practical checking in the accounts of the firm, yeah, I'm not a specialist of private accounting, but I'm pretty sure it's not too difficult to figure out what the marginal cost is and this sort of thing. And so the management rules that we obtain are things that can be roughly checked by contability analytic, as I learned that when I was a young student. I agree, it can always be a subject for debates and so on, so there might be issues practically, but I don't think it's, I mean, these rules are really not complicated to formulate, so they should be helpful in discussions at the level of firm management. But of course, it would be nice to have real practitioners to look at that and give us some feedback. Yeah.
Jacome?
Yes, thank you very much. So my first question is to know more about the relationship between what you have studied and the usual result of the optimality of marginal cost pricing. So it seems to me that actually if one neglects the issue of rents for the suppliers of factors of production, your rule of acting as if you were a price taker boils down to the marginal cost pricing rule. And then I get back to Francois's question, because for instance, in cases in which you have sunk costs, say a pharmaceutical industry with a lot of fixed costs in research and development, applying pricing equal to marginal cost, then it would never cover the cost of production. And therefore, so to me, it is also intuitive that you do need some assumptions about convexity. And if this is just the link to the traditional marginal cost pricing rule, then the whole literature was then about how to implement this if there is a decentralized information about what those marginal costs are. So starting with Oscar Lange, this was the great debate. So this was my first question. And the second question is whether your approach extends to non-quasi-linear utilities with many goods, because in that case, so there are some issues about the definition of, for instance, consumer surplus, because in general you have integrals that are path dependent, and I wonder whether this plays any role in your approach.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, so yes, we need, it looks a little bit like marginal cost pricing, absolutely, except that it's, if you take account of the surplus of the suppliers, it's slightly different, but yeah, it looks very much like that. But it can work with fixed cost. I mean, as I just said, right? So you can have a lot of increasing returns in the beginning and then decreasing return. That is easily taken care of. So trust me, that is not a problem. But nevertheless, there is something that we have not studied and which is worth perhaps checking, which is this is a static analysis. And so in a way you can put everything that's dynamic in a static analysis, but that's naive, right? So it misses a lot of the intricacies, especially of dynamic competition and all that. So that we have not done, right? So that's a static thing, but I don't think we have any problem with increasing returns to scale. Now on quasi-linear utilities, yes. So the partial equilibrium analysis is simpler to understand if you imagine that the willingness to pay, willingness to accept are well defined. So it's somehow you have this additional term in the utility function for this particular market, separate from the rest. But our general equilibrium analysis just makes the standard assumptions about consumer utility. It can be anything. There is no, so we have a general efficiency theorem and general equilibrium with perfect competition, but no assumption, no specific assumption on separability for consumers. Yeah.
Kala?
Actually, if I may, sorry, if I may add something. So what is interesting is that in the partial equilibrium analysis, we can have some form of expression of what total surplus means with this willingness to pay and so on, right? So somehow But in the general equilibrium analysis, we have no such thing. Okay, so the only thing we can do is to show that we obtain Pareto efficiency in the whole economy if all firms behave according to the rules that we have figured out. But we don't, right? So there is nothing like an expression of what total surplus means in general equilibrium setting. We don't even know what that would mean in our model, precisely for the reason you said.
Carla, please.
Yep. I hope you haven't said this, because sometimes your audio is not very good. When you lean forward, then I can hear everything. But when you lean backwards, I don't hear everything that you said.
Oh, sorry about that.
But I really like your presentation. Here's my question. Mm-hmm. Isn't it very path dependent if you're going to buy out the enterprises? I think you're talking about enterprises that you start from scratch, giving the new ownership and control structure. But if you're going to buy out somebody, and I think in your model, effort is not affected by ownership. If that is the case, then you have to replicate the previous owner in order to compensate him for future profits. So there's something, but then the capital cost will be so high because you're going to compensate him for buying out the firms. I think there's something, you have to either start from scratch or you have to force these enterprises to change behavior.
That's right. Yeah. We don't offer a theory of the transition, and you're absolutely right. So going from shareholder value to stakeholder value is a loss. Right? So it's clearly a loss. So the expected profit of the shareholders will go down, definitely. So you could just impose that and say, sorry, game over. Now it's a different game. Tough luck for you guys, but you were born in the wrong historical period. Or maybe you could imagine doing something to compensate, but I don't know what to say about that. We haven't studied the problem of compensation.
Or you can tax them, and then they have to sell it for a lower price.
Yeah, right.
Hélène?
Yes, thank you, Marc. This was fascinating. I'm curious about how you envisage this at the global level in a sort of globalized world economy. So even if we could get Denmark to, democratically constrain firms, that wouldn't fly because they would just go somewhere else. And so how does that mean we need a world government? Like, what are the implications in terms of, like, I know you want to talk about the transition, but like the conditions for this to even be possible?
No, that's right. If you have a global market where competition occurs, the crowding out by the profit maximizing firms will occur there as well. And that's actually very much in the air, right? So all these discussions about border adjustment taxes and fees are about that precisely, right? When you have competitors abroad whose standards for the environmental and social issues are very different from yours, competition is unfair. So somehow this is exactly what we are talking about here. And so if you have no border adjustment, then you are naked in the desert. So that, yeah. So maybe some kind of protection, like the things that are discussed now, could help. But I don't have much else to offer.
Thank you.
Have a last question, Roberto.
Fascinating talk, Marc. Just plain devil's advocate here. So the idea of pushing for stakeholder value as opposed to shareholder value is because it's based also on the notion that there are some things that are not easily traded on markets, or that some values that markets and standard economic behavior don't properly capture. So the idea is that there should be a change in behavior that affirms that incorporates these kind of things. And in a sense, you're moving in that direction by including things like the willingness to pay, for example. The trouble is that there is a huge literature, especially in bandit rationality, behavioral economics, showing that willingness to pay, as soon as you move away from standard market evaluations for prices, as you've mentioned, for example, as soon as you move away from that and you try to incorporate the things for which the notion of stakeholder firm was actually built, the very notion of willingness to pay, I wouldn't say break down, but becomes pretty shaky. There are all these papers proving, for example, that willingness to pay as opposed to willingness to accept for all sorts of public goods and environmental goods, etc., are hugely ill-defined. There are massive differences between willingness to pay and willingness to accept. So as I said, this is a bit tongue-in-cheek, admittedly, but I thought it was worth flying.
No, I think we are totally immune to this problem, precisely for the surprising reason that we advocate keeping the price mechanism as it is. Don't tinker with that, right? So don't introduce membership markets, don't introduce these fancy things. Keep the price mechanism, keep ordinary things. So of course, people's preferences, even on ordinary markets, are problematic. And so I'm aware of that, and we don't have anything to propose with respect to that. But it's not about, so this story is not at all about introducing new things that are not taken care of by markets. You have that already there, right? It's just that profit maximization is a biased way of creating value for society. That's the thing. And it's okay if you have perfect competition, then there is no problem. But as soon as you have imperfect competition and this sort of thing, then it becomes a problem, right? And so it's not as if we were talking about introducing things which are really outside of standard market considerations, not at all. Even in that usual absolute standard setting, imperfect competition has a dark side. It drives out it's like the Tour de France, right? So you can try to win the Tour de France by being a clean racer. Good luck with that, okay? So.
Okay, so we are a little late. Thank you, Marc, and all the participants.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Because we are running a little late, we'll start on time at 11. So our break is going to be only 8 minutes. Okay. So see you at 11. We'll talk about fiscal policy, full employment, and constitutional budget constraints, a path to a forward for German social democracy. Go ahead, Max, please.
All right, is the screen sharing working?
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. So the title of the paper changed slightly, but it's still the same topic. So it's about the kind of links between fiscal policy, full employment, and how you do this in the European and especially the German context of pretty tightly binding fiscal rules. So first of all, thanks to John and to Colin and the team for organizing the conference. I'll give a very brief overview and then move to the main presentation. The paper behind the presentation really seeks to make 3 main points. The first 2 are that full employment would be a really well-chosen priority for really any progressive political project today, whether it's social democratic or democratic socialist. The second one is that aggregate demand free riding, so international aggregate demand free riding is an important obstacle to a full employment agenda. And then the third one is that there's a set of reforms to German fiscal policy that might help to alleviate this constraint. And the first 2 points are really not particularly original. They really synthesize a lot of stuff that's out there already. The third point, the specific fiscal reforms, that's really where the original contribution comes in. And then I would be really grateful if you guys on the panel, in the audience, if you have thoughts or feedback specifically on these 2 questions, whether you agree with the overall framing, the strategic analysis, and then also whether the specific proposals strike you as sensible. So any thoughts on that, bring them up in the Q&A, email them. That would be great to get some feel for. And so without further ado, let's jump into the paper itself. The first claim is this claim that full employment is really a really good priority, would be a well-chosen priority for a social democratic or democratic socialist project. And like I said, this is not a super original point, but it's a point that I think has been underemphasized, let's say, over the last generation, both in practical politics and in kind of analytic writing about this. And the reasons are well known. tight labor markets boost working class power. There's the famous Kalecki paper, 1943, with a quote on the slide. And then more recently, President Biden made the same point. And so it's something that I think is very useful to remember, that it's not just about income and distribution, where it's also productive, but it's really about changing power balances in these millions of micro negotiations that happen in any large society today. So we've got these two classic points. It's about working class power, it's about income distribution. And then there's also a third point that might become really important, is already important today, but might become more important going forward. And that's linked to a finding from the populism literature, but also from this literature that started with Adorno's authoritarian personality studies, and then I think kind of finished with Karen Stenner's 2005 book, which is about the circumstances under which these latent authoritarian predispositions, which are distributed through the population, under which circumstances they get triggered. And from that literature, we know that they get triggered in circumstances of insecurity. So this links to Pranab's presentation yesterday, but it's not individual insecurity. So when you lose your job, it's more sociotropic insecurity. So when the factory closes or the neighborhood declines, and a context of full employment might, it's not going to stop change in sectoral composition or that sort of stuff, but it might change the perception of these changes and reduce the anxiety, the kind of sociotropic, the perceived sociotropic insecurity. And if it can do that, then full employment could be a very important complement to the green transition, which would otherwise trigger a lot of sociotropic insecurity and then boost these authoritarian dispositions. So this is of course recognized in the Green New Deal framing. All of this is well known. So I'll leave it here and move on to the next point. The next point, and this links to Hélène's and Isabel's paper, you know, if full employment is such a great thing, how do we get from here to there in a sense? So what are the obstacles and how do we remove them? Again, there's a bunch of very classic obstacles to full employment. There's the class politics around them. Again, the Kalecki paper. There's the inflation problem, kind of canonically pointed out by Friedman, and then I think really driven home by the stagflation of the 1970s. And then closely linked to that, there's the problem that full employment can lead to a bargaining down of profit shares, which can then really subdue investment as long as it's organized for profit. So these are all very well-known classic obstacles. In the paper, we try to show that today they're not really the binding obstacles, that today it's really lack of aggregate demand that is holding back labor markets. And we really kind of pull up the secular stagnation, demand side secular stagnation literature, Summers 2013 and forward. And then we also lean on the American experience after 2017 as a positive example, where fiscal policy was kept expansionary, even though the general assessment was that the economy was already at the Naidu, the lowest, allegedly lowest unemployment rate compatible with stable prices. And it turned out that there was hidden slack. And then the negative example of the EU after about 2011, 2012, the turn to austerity, where the European labor market just performed much, much worse than the American labor market. And it seemed to correlate quite tightly with austerity. So if that's the case, if the main obstacle today is aggregate demand, that introduces a bit of a puzzle, because then you might think, if there's this spare capacity that's lying around, well, why not just do a bit of stimulus and bring spare capacity into production? And then the goodies that you produce, you could just channel them towards whoever supports your political coalition. And arguably, this is precisely what happened with the Trump tax cuts 2017, which were, of course, highly, highly regressive, while at the same time stimulating additional production and capacity. But if this is the limit, this lack of aggregate demand, it might be that there actually is a systematic answer why this space is not being used, even though it could be used. And that's, again, a classic finding, which is this aggregate demand externality. So if, for example, you're France and you run a large stimulus, then this will boost the purchasing power of your own working class. And fraction of that purchasing power is going to go on imports of German cars or Italian food. And so your imports are going to increase. And if your trade partners don't do anything to push their own economies to full employment, your exports, they're not going to change, they're going to stay the same. And so suddenly you've got this gap, your external balance is going to go into deficit. And those deficits need to be financed somehow. So you can either borrow abroad or you can sell some assets abroad, and that's not great. So you've got these balance sheet advantages to free riding on the aggregate demand created by others. And again, this is all well known. There's a very good book that came out recently on the role of Germany and the German aggregate demand free riding and the pressure that this applied on the other roughly G7 countries and how that was important in undermining the Keynesian social democratic full employment settlement after World War II. That's the general problem. The particular version of this problem today is really the German current account surplus. On the left, you can see the German current account surplus in blue as a percentage of its own GDP. And you see after 2008, it's really the outstanding current account surplus. The Chinese one really dropped off due to the very large stimulus that they ran in 2008, 2009. But of course, the Chinese economy has become much larger in recent years. And so it's worth looking at the absolute size of these current account surpluses. And it turns out that even measured as absolute sizes or as percentage of the total current account surpluses worldwide, the German one was really the largest, with a very small exception in 2015, 2020, the largest one worldwide. So this is really the central kind of global imbalance on the current account side today. And then again, asking this question, how do we get from here to there? What are the tools that could be used to balance this imbalance? And the situation is greatly complicated by the Eurozone, which means that Germany no longer has its own exchange rate, which prevents the exchange rate from appreciating sufficiently to bring balance. So that tool is no longer accessible. Equally, monetary policy is inaccessible for German policymakers. Of course, due to the independence of the Bundesbank, it was already inaccessible in a way prior to the euro. But perhaps more importantly, it's also inaccessible for Germany's trade partners today because it's at the lower bound, not just in the Eurozone, but also in the US and the UK and Japan. So it's difficult to use that to balance the external account. Arguably, wages and distributional policy are very effective tools for bringing the external accounts into balance. And this is the central piece of Klein and Pettis' recent book, the Trade Wars are Class Wars. But of course, that's tightly linked to fiscal policy. And there's been really good literature recently on the distributive effects of tight labor markets versus loose labor markets. And if you're trying to do a lot of redistribution in very loose labor markets, that's not a particularly winning proposition. So it ends up being linked to fiscal policy. Now on the right, you see the fiscal balance of the aggregated government in Germany in recent years. So that's the federal, the state governments, and the municipal governments all aggregated. And you see that after running roughly 3% deficits in the 90s, there was a major consolidation in the early 2000s that was briefly stopped by 2008, and then really settled into these structural surpluses in the 2010s. And this all happened in the context of a balanced budget amendment that was passed in 2009, called the Schuldenbremse in German. And so any major change in the German fiscal stance to get it away from these structural surpluses is now constrained, at least at first glance, by this constitutional balanced budget amendment. So the central puzzle that we try to tackle with our paper is this question, well, how can German fiscal policy be changed without having to go and amend the constitution, because that requires 2/3 majorities in both houses of parliament, so it's a difficult thing to do. And it's unlikely that this will happen in the near term. So if the German fiscal surplus through its external effects is an obstacle to a full employment agenda, certainly in the rest of the Eurozone, probably also more internationally speaking, how can we address this obstacle? That's where we zoom in. Now we get fiscal technical. So we have 3 proposals on the spending side. We have a 4th proposal that helps us to think about fiscal sustainability, but in the interest of time, I'm going to talk about the first 3, and then I have the fiscal sustainability content as bonus slides in the end, and maybe we get them in the Q&A. To understand our spending proposals, we have to look into the legal details of this balanced budget amendment. So if you look at the German Constitution, Articles 109, 115 of the Basic Law, the Grundgesetz, specify this balanced budget amendment. And the first thing to say is it's called in German Schuldenbremse, so debt brake, but it doesn't actually apply to the debt level. It applies to the annual deficits. And what it says is you have to limit the size of your annual deficits. You really have to, in principle, balance your budget. And then it recognizes, well, maybe fully balanced budgets are not ideal. So you're permitted to run this structural deficit very, very small, 0.35% of GDP. And you're allowed to run that in general. And then it also recognizes and says, well, sometimes we want to do a bit of aggregate demand management. We want to smooth out the business cycle, spend a bit more in a recession, and then save a bit more in a boom. And then it also has an exemption for these financial transactions. We'll get there with the 3rd proposal. For now, we'll zoom into this cyclical component, because when you look at this from the perspective of someone who has to draw up a household, a budget, a fiscal budget, it's really not obvious how to put a euro figure on the idea of, the economy is in recession and so we should spend additional money, but it's not obvious to say how much more money you should spend. And so when they passed this balanced budget amendment, they said, maybe we put this idea of counter-cyclical demand management into the Constitution, but how to operationalize it, we can't put that in the Constitution. We'll put that into ordinary legislation and indeed into ordinary government decrees. And so we said, if we want to change German fiscal policy, but we operate under this constraint that constitutional changes are unlikely, we should probably zoom in here. And so we took a close look at how this cyclical component is calculated. And I'm not going to go through all the details, but the basic calculation is simply multiplying 2 numbers together. On the one hand, this output gap number, we can just call it A. And then on the other hand, this budgetary semi-elasticity, we call that B. And in our proposals, we have one proposal to modify the calculation of A and another one to modify the calculation of B. And so the first proposal, the one that tackles this first number, again, in the interest of making this politically feasible, we said, let's leave the overall methodology untouched. So it's still this product of these 2 numbers. And let's also leave the second tier methodology unchanged for how this output gap is calculated, and in particular, how potential GDP is calculated. For the economists on the panel, this is a classic Cobb-Douglas production function with labor and capital and total factor productivity. And we said, let's leave capital and TFP untouched. And instead, we decided to zoom in on the estimation method for labor potential in line with this bigger goal of full employment. And so the first proposal is to say, well, let's look at the parameter values that we're currently using to calculate labor potential. And it turns out when you look at them closely, there are some politically very questionable assumptions in there. And we think that much more compelling input values could be used, could be politically justified, and indeed are probably more in line with general political preferences already. And they would then revise the output gap and create more space for fiscal spending. And in particular, we want to change 3 things: trend participation, trend working hours, and Nauru. And the first 2 are very closely linked to questions of gender justice. And the trend participation rate works as follows in the calculation of potential GDP, of how much you could produce. You start on the labor side with your general population, and then you say, well, not everyone's able to work, so we take a subset of this population and consider them to be the workforce. And the way that this is done at the moment is it's a projection forward of historical trends with a bit of statistics, but really it's you take these historical trends, you project them forward. And that generates the curious result that it assumes, and it writes into the fiscal rules, a very large gender gap in labor force participation. So because the gap was large historically in Germany, we write this forward. And so in the current calculations, it spits out a gender gap of 9 percentage points between male and female labor force participation. And because this is written into the fiscal rules, it creates a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy situation. Because consider what would happen if, either because of social changes or because of government policy, maybe more investment in childcare, something like that, female labor force participation rises. So you have your potential calculations, they tell you there should be this 9% gap, and then actual labor force participation rises amongst women, and then suddenly your fiscal rule says, ooh, now we're above potential, the economy risks running hot, so fiscally you have to step on the brake and you have to slow down, which of course will make it much, much harder for women who are now keen to enter the labor force to actually find a job and to actually start working. And so this seems a very strange thing to embed into the fiscal rules themselves. And so we said, look, let's take this out, this historical assumption, and instead replace it with a feasible value, which we took to be a 3 percentage point gap, which we took from the Scandinavian countries. They have gaps just around 3%. The Baltic countries have even lower gaps, but we thought the Scandinavian ones are a good place to go. You might even say we should, in our legal assumptions, really we should operate with a 0% gap. But again, this set of proposals is meant to be feasible and kind of low hurdle proposals. We thought it's best to operate with a conservative frame. There's something very similar going on with the number of working hours. So when you're trying to construct this labor potential variable, you take your population, you take how many people participate in the workforce, and then you multiply that with the number of average working hours. And the same thing, it's projected forward from the past. But if you look into the data, it's a very strange thing to say that our upper limit is what we did in the past, because survey and labor force evidence in Germany shows that there are around 6 million people in part-time who are in involuntary part-time, who would like to work more. And there's a separate survey that asks about how much more work they would like, and it's a bit difficult to match them together. But the median answer is 10 hours, and so we construct one, let's say, regular scenario where we say, in our potential calculation, these 6 million people get 10 extra hours. And then we have a conservative scenario where we say, well, we don't really know, so maybe we just do extra 5 hours. And then the third input parameter that we propose to modify is this Nauru component, which, if you're not an economist, is a very, very strange thing, but it's kind of deeply ingrained in recent macroeconomics, so it's kind of naturalized. But the thought is that in any market economy, you have to have a certain amount of unemployment to prevent inflation from getting out of control. If the labor market gets too tight and then unemployment gets to say 3%, 2%, the thought is that labor bargaining power gets so strong that wages increase too fast and then inflation gets out of control. And so again, in the fiscal rules, there's this assumption that if the labor market gets too tight, then we're above potential. This cyclical component says, no, you have to tighten up, you have to move to a surplus budget. And looking at recent American experience with unemployment being below the American Naidu, which is the American equivalent to the Nauru, for years, 2 years, 3 years without any uptick in inflation, that convinced us that that's just not a robust enough assumption to justify constraining fiscal policy on the basis of that. And so we said, okay, let's replace this assumption with a full employment assumption. When we calculate the ceiling for economic production, shouldn't we just consider everyone who wants to work, who's able to work, as potentially in employment? We said, well, it's not quite clear what that means, how you operationalize that. So we said, and we have a separate paper to work on operationalizing that. So we said, let's just take Nauru and then remove the long-term unemployed. So the people who are out there, are actively looking for work. So not people who've exited the labor force, who are sitting on the couch, people out there looking for work, who've been doing that for months and months and for a year, haven't been able to find any work. We say, well, they should be considered as potentially in work for the purposes of calculating potential GDP. If you add all of this together, the cyclical component for 2023 increases by about 0.5 percentage point of GDP. So this would be the additional deficits that would be allowed if we change these input parameters and otherwise keep the constitutional balanced budget rule the same. And so this is the first leg. This is the changes to this A side. And then the second proposal targets the B side, and I'm not going to go into the same amount of detail because the story is less interesting and not as closely linked to the thought of full employment, which is really the central thought here. But basically the size of this B parameter is just the estimate of the size of the automatic stabilizers. And if you look at the current size of Germany's automatic stabilizers, you see here on the left that they're below the European average. It's depending on the calculation method about 0.3, 0.3.5. The European average is about 0.5. And we propose to update and modify Germany's automatic stabilizers to bring up the budgetary semi-elasticity for the federal government to 0.5. It's currently at about 0.2. And then you can see mathematically, if we combine these two proposals, we propose to grow the output gap by revising upwards potential GDP, and we propose to revise upwards budgetary semi-elasticity by increasing the size of the automatic stabilizers. And if we take the 10-hour scenario, then the result is that we get about 1.4% additional fiscal space. So the output gap increases from about 0.6% of GDP to about 3% of GDP. The budgetary elasticity goes to 0.5. And then the product goes from this turns out to be about 4.5 billion, goes to about 58 billion. And so relative to the baseline, we could run additional deficits of about 1.4% of GDP. And while this might seem like a relatively small number, the important thing behind it is that this is permanent. And this is not just a one-off thing. This would be a permanent revision in the constitutionally available fiscal space, and B, the intentionality behind the fiscal rule would change from stabilizing around a trend where you're expecting the budget to be balanced over time, and so you have this cyclical component that rotates around historically projected trends. You would bin that and you would say this is no longer the intentionality behind our fiscal rule. And you would say, no, instead, we now have a fiscal rule that allows us to keep pushing aggregate demand, to keep injecting more aggregate demand until we're at full employment. And so that's really a very important political shift that could be given a very tangible form through these changes to this one part of the Constitutional Balanced Budget Amendment. Now, quickly, the third proposal. All of the previous stuff was on the demand side. It was really all about how do you inject more demand into the economy to move Germany to full employment and to balance the external, the current account. But of course, all of that would be inflationary unless you also make sure that the supply side is in a place to kind of provide real goods and services for that demand. It's no secret that investment in Europe and Germany has been too low since 2008, in part also before. If you zoom in to public investment in Germany and you look where precisely investment was or is most missing, it turns out it's actually less at the federal level and at the state level. That's the solid black line and the dotted black line. After 2008, they moved to increase the investment, in part under political pressure, but it's really at the municipal level. You see this blue line, which after a boost in the early 1990s reunification, moved to pretty long-term underinvestment. So for the last 20 years, German municipalities have invested less in new investment than they had in depreciation. So they have not been renovating their buildings, not been building new roads, not maintaining them, that sort of stuff. If you quantify this gap at the municipal level, it turns out to be about 150 billion euros, so pretty chunky for a country the size of Germany. And that's a conservative estimate because it compares the business as usual investment needs with actual investments. And so this is important stuff. It's about school buildings and about daycare centers and roads and public transport, but it's all along a business as usual investment scenario. What's not in this 150 billion euro estimate is additional municipal investment that might be necessary to really address climate change. So maybe a faster than business as usual expansion of public transport, maybe a faster rate of renovation of municipal buildings, schools, daycare centers, that sort of stuff, and maybe additional investment to take care of digitalization. So it's really, this is a lower end estimate. Now we come back to the constitutional structure of the balanced budget amendment, and we turn to this exemption for financial transactions. What this exemption means is that spending or revenues that correspond to the sale or acquisition of financial assets, they don't count towards the deficit that is limited. So if the German government were to go ahead and purchase Apple tomorrow for, let's say, €1 trillion, and deficit finance that, that would be a deficit of about 30% of German GDP, huge deficit. But it would be permitted under the balanced budget amendment, because the thought is, yes, you have a cash outflow of $1 trillion, but at the same time you acquire stocks, the shares of Apple, which have the same value, and so this should not be counted against the deficit. And the reason is actually politically quite sensible. The reason is that the framers of this amendment did not want privatization revenues to finance annual budget deficits. So that's why they have this financial transaction exemption in there. Luckily for us, this exemption would permit the creation of an off-balance sheet municipal investment program. So you could take an existing public legal entity, one of the public corporations in Germany, or some other public legal entity, and this legal entity could issue a whole bunch of bonds, and the German government could then purchase those bonds, and that way the government could transfer funds to this legal entity, which it could then disperse to the municipalities, and importantly, writing off the financial assets later down the road. So, not getting repaid on those bonds doesn't change the fact that it's considered to be a financial transaction. So the federal government could transfer 150 billion euros, get those bonds, 10 years later, write off the bonds, and this is perfectly constitutionally legal. And so we propose that it could do a 150 billion program that disburses 15 billion euros a year for the next 10 years. That's a conservative volume. We spoke about the reasons why, and that would bring an additional lift of about 0.4% of GDP. So quickly summarizing the proposals.
You have 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So summarizing the proposals, on the demand side, we have this modification of the inputs to potential GDP calculations, coupled with revising the automatic stabilizers, and they generate about 1.4% of GDP in additional fiscal space. And then plus this municipal investment program that sums up to about 1.9 compared to the baseline of what's projected in permitted deficit. That's a lift of about 1.8. So we're talking about a 2% lift in the German deficit. So zooming out to wrap this up, where does this get us in terms of a long-run future of social democracy, but also democratic socialism? Does it move the needle? And the first thought is that, yeah, full employment as a political goal, we believe is a very clear, very realistic vision, something that could command a majority. These proposals, we believe, show how it could be implemented in Germany, and how this could lift, to a certain extent, this international constraint aggregate demand free riding that I talked about earlier. And doing this at the German level would provide a really powerful precedent for similar reforms at the European level, especially because the calculation method that I only touched on is the German decree that governs it, lifted it from the European method. So changing that in Germany would mesh quite well with changes at the European level. Now, in the long run, where would this get us? Of course, if you do have permanent full employment over decades, all the obstacles that I mentioned very briefly at the beginning, they come back, right? So what do we do with investment when the private rate of profit drops? How do we manage inflation in a permanent full employment setting? And then even if the German current account balances out, what if Japan or the Netherlands or South Korea or some other country, right? These are all issues that would come back. And in response to that, so step back, couldn't one say a full employment agenda today is just setting up a repeat of the 1970s? Isn't this just 1970s redux? And in response to that, two concluding thoughts. One is the future is, of course, uncertain, and we can learn. I think some of the proposals at this conference could help us deal with the question of coordinating investment. I think if you do micro changes at the firm level, democratize firms, move to stakeholder firms, I think that could change the way that investment reacts to changes in profitability. And there are other lessons we could learn from the 1970s. So the future is uncertain and we don't know. But the other things to say on this is, look, neoliberalism was really a update of ideas from the 1920s and from the 19th century. And they had a long run, 30 years until it became very evident that they couldn't work. And so if a full employment agenda can buy 30 years of full-throated social democracy, that's nothing to sneeze at. And then through the political effects of full employment, who knows what sort of other political projects become viable in those 30 years. And I'll leave it there. Quick round of thank yous. Thank you for listening, and thank you especially to the team that helped develop these proposals, because there's no way I could have developed all these detailed proposals by myself. And I'll leave it there and look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Max. So do we have any questions from our participants? Let's see, Marc.
Yes, thank you, Max. This is interesting. So I don't know the details of the German context, so that was really very educational. I wanted to ask you about two things. One is, when you talked about European coordination, you said maybe you could have similar reforms. But if you move to the European level, then monetary policy comes back as a potential additional tool. So I was wondering if you have thoughts about that, because again, I think yesterday I mentioned that I heard something about monetary policy, but I heard that there are talks about using really expansive monetary policy at the EU level. So that could be interesting. The second question is about, so you are essentially taking the angle of aggregate demand management in order to promote full employment. There is a more direct route, which is to set up a specific employment guarantee formula. And now it's becoming, I wouldn't say popular, but many people talk about that. There have been some experiments in various countries. So if you have thoughts about that, I'd be interested as well.
I'll tackle the job guarantee one first, and then the monetary policy question. So I'm very sympathetic to the general idea of a job guarantee. And I think there are a pretty significant number of jobs that could be added to the public sector until you run into any sort of efficiency problems. And I think using public sector employment as a sort of wage setting standard and working conditions in particular sectors, especially, for example, care sector, is super important. I'm a bit more skeptical about a general job guarantee, because I have yet to see operational proposals that really solve the microeconomic efficiency problem in general. And so I think once you harvest the low-hanging fruits, if it turns out that there's much more demand for job guarantee jobs, I'm not sure we have a process in which we can decide which jobs are kind of value-adding jobs. And so until I see a proposal at the operation level that works that out, I'm a bit skeptical and prefer to use the aggregate demand, but I think they're not fully opposed. Then in response to EU monetary policy, it's true at the European level you could use that. I think the distributional consequences of using monetary policy are less ideal because a big channel is through driving up asset values. I think you run into financial stability issues, and then of course there's the zero lower bound. And I think this is kind of reasons against monetary policy. Reasons in favor of fiscal at the European level is I don't think the European project has any sort of future unless we run a regional redistribution industrial policy. You know, some of the high value add clusters of the future need to be in Romania, Greece, and that doesn't happen through monetary policy.
Suresh?
Thanks. That was really interesting, and like it was just educational, also mapping it to the macro debates in the US and sort of seeing. So I have a couple of questions. One is, one thing I thought was interesting and actually an opening for doing things is to think about redefining potential output in a way that's like more consistent with like left values. And so I think you're going there with this idea of like of women, but let me suggest that you could, I mean, I doubt you could do this in the German, it seems like changing anything in the German system seems hard, but for example, imagine that because the German socioeconomic survey asks people their reservation wage as one of the entries in that. And so what you could do is basically compute what wage it would take to literally get everyone into the labor market. And like basically say like, okay, if we were willing to pay out that in the wage bill, that is then, you know, an upper bound on full employment. And so how far could you drive up the marginal product of labor so that to get like, you know, below X% of the labor market in there. And that would be kind of cool to do because it's like, that's a question that, you know, not every labor force survey asks, but the German one does. And it's different by women, it's different by education, you know, so you can do some stuff with that. A second thing that you could put into the definition of full employment, which is, you know, because it relies on like a stock of the unemployed, the traditional definition relies on the stock of unemployed, which is kind of a slow moving thing in response to the labor market. I've been sort of thinking about augmenting it with a measure of like voluntary quits. So like, if you're willing to walk away from your employer, that's a tight labor market. So, and you know, the US labor force statistics do in fact ask like measure the degree of voluntarily quitting. And that's like pro-cyclical on top of the unemployment rate. And it's much more responsive to short run movements in GDP than the stock of the unemployment rate. So I think like, if you think of like tightness as a measure of worker power in the sense of like, you're willing to walk away from your employer, that I feel like captures like a much more natural and quickly moving set of tightness. And then you can also do that by marginalized groups. So imagine that you have a low education single mom, when she can quit her job voluntarily, that's a tight labor market. And so I think like, building ideas of like justice into the definition of potential output would then like put that into the administrative apparatus. Okay, so that's a one set of things like changing what potential output. The second question I have is that I was just curious, I didn't hear like a conversation about secular stagnation happening in the German context. And I'm just curious how that kind of thing of that we're just at an R that is low forever and the state needs to make up the slack. Is that like a conversation happening in the German or European context, I guess?
So first of all, thank you for those suggestions. They are absolutely excellent, and we'll include them with this separate paper that we're working on kind of trying to operationalize full employment in a better way. One of the things we're thinking of was combining a traffic light system with kind of these macro indicators, and the traffic light system would be only once all the justice relevant groups, marginalized groups are once the spreads, the gaps are small enough, then you're allowed to look at the aggregated indicators, and otherwise you need to be. So, but this is excellent, the voluntary quits and the reservation wage. Yeah, we're going to look at that. On secular stagnation, it's not really a big discussion in Germany. At the European level, I'm less certain, but what's going on in Germany is, we've been doing wage suppression for so long. We are running this enormous surplus, so we're just stealing aggregate demand elsewhere. And so it doesn't feel like there's secular stagnation, but then if you look at the qualitative indicators of the German labor market, of course, it's a mess. The lower quarter of the labor market is full of temporary, precarious jobs, and so it's the aggregate demand stealing disguises secular stagnation, but you can still see it in the more detailed disaggregated data.
Jacome?
Yeah, thank you very much, Max, for this inspiring talk. I have 4 points. So you began by stating the problem as a problem of international free riding on the creation of aggregate demand. But so that is a classical externality problem. So the usual solution would be so say a cohesion solution, put together the actors so that they coordinate on something which is a Pareto superior to the status quo situation. And that is actually what we seem to observe with the Next Generation EU program that has established credit taking by the European Union and money given to the single EU members, I think 750 billion euros. So I think actually for the problem that you stated, this is the natural way to proceed. Whereas if we take a country approach, then Germany actually experienced almost full employment precisely in the years of fiscal austerity and hard sphere reform. So in the last years, the German unemployment rate was one of the lowest in the whole world, and certainly in the history of the last 30 years of Germany. So my first question would be, what do you think about this political issue that actually an international approach seems more promising than a national approach? The second point is that I think I'm sympathetic to the approach, but you have to convince the economists in order to reform the way in which those indicators are computed. And already stating that we aim at full employment measured as 0% of unemployment is very hard to swallow, because we know that in an economy in which people retire and enter the labor market, people move to other locations, firms are started, firms die out, there are many frictions, and so there is a frictional rate of unemployment, and standard models like the Diamond model shows that actually there is a positive optimal rate of unemployment, because matching quality is very important, and it takes time to find the right employer for the right employee. So I think here you have to work more to be convincing. The third point is that it is true that many workers who will work part-time would like to work full-time, but there are also the opposite directions. So we empirically observe also that many people would like to work less and also earn less, so that this works against the argument that you put forward. And finally, the fourth point is that, so I'm no legal scholar, but as far as I know, financial transactions are allowed as long as there is no financial loss. And if you start giving money to municipalities with the idea of writing off the credits, so I guess this will not be swallowed very rapidly by German law people.
Thanks for this set of probing questions. I'll work my way backwards. The first one, you're of course correct. I don't think it would pass if on day one you say, look, we create this investment program and we're going to write off the bonds on day one. But I don't think that's necessary, and I don't think that's the intention. I think over the course of 10 years, it's quite feasible that a general uplift in economic growth generates additional tax revenues at the municipal level, and then it could be that the bonds are repaid. It may or may not happen, but I don't think that's something that it's certainly not our intention in the proposals to say this should be considered to be written off. It's just if it does happen to be written off at the end, according to our reading of the constitutional jurisprudence, that's not a reason to ex post revise that. The third point on people also wanting to work less, absolutely. I think that's fair, but from the point of estimating potential GDP, I think it's fair to say that people who signal through their behavior, reveal preferences that they are capable of working, whatever they're working already, I think it's fair to include them in estimates of potential GDP. Now, in a medium run future where there is less insecurity in the labor market, people might change their behavior and the revealed preferences might change, and that would then feed back into the potential GDP calculations. But I think for kind of a 1 to 3 year projection, I think it's fair to include these. Then the question of, where do we peg full employment? Super fair. In our first cut approach, we took out long-term unemployment only. So for the German numbers, I think German NAVRU right now, you're right, it's extremely low. It's 3 point something, I think 3.3, and 2.2 of that is long-term unemployment. We take that out. And so we say we're at full employment when you have about 1.2, 1.1% of unemployment, which is then all frictional and that sort of stuff. And we're not certain that that is the final number. This is precisely why we're doing the second paper, to really try to tease that out. But in general, in terms of thinking about it, I prefer a kind of inflows, outflows way of thinking about the labor market. And then really, if I could write the law, I would say, do really high pressure aggregate demand, and then see where the inflationary pressure pops up, and then you manage that, and you do it kind of inductively instead of trying to generate a model that tells you 1.5% is full employment. And then the last point, international coordination. Agreed. I think the solution to kind of a global aggregate demand shortage would be a global accord, but I just don't see this being politically feasible. I think it would be more feasible at the European level. But one thing we've seen under COVID is Brussels doesn't move until Berlin stops vetoing. And even when Berlin stops vetoing, you still have to see what the Austrian government, the Dutch government, the Finnish government do. So I think it would have a very, very important signaling effect to do changes like this at the German level, and that could then go hand in hand with European changes later.
Thank you. We have a question from an attendee, from Moritz Emanuel Bomdelli. And the question is, should local wage protection agreements like the ones implemented in Switzerland be replicated at the EU level in an effort to enhance bargaining power of workers?
Interesting question. As an instrument taken in isolation, I'm skeptical, because you're then vulnerable to what Hélène asked Marc earlier, kind of classic shifting production from high wage to low wage, controlling for productivity locations. So I think you would have to flank this with other measures. I'm not an expert on this, so I don't have a strong answer on this.
Very good. Well, so thank you very much, Max and participants. Again, we are running a little late, so we'll reconvene at noon, and that's 8 minutes from now. See you then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hélène Landemore, and I see that the title has expanded a little bit. Now it's from here to there, mobilizing constituencies around and experimenting with democratizing legislature at work. As the usual, 30 minutes, 35, and I will warn you 5 minutes before the end. Go ahead, please, Hélène.
Thank you very much. So I'm Hélène Landemore. I'm a political theorist, and my co-author, Isabelle Ferreras, is a sociologist. So we come at this question of socialism from a different disciplinary angle than the economists in the room. It's also a bit of an unusual paper, I guess, because John Roemer had asked us to give a talk about our work on organizing for democratic firms and what we have learned in working on the political movement that we started in May 2020 with an op-ed penned by 3 women, Isabelle Ferreras, Julie Batilana, and Dominique Médard, which Isabelle then invited me to co-sign, and ever since we've been working on this movement called Democratizing Work. So we were very happy to do so. And I thought that this might also be a good occasion if we were to engage in a sort of personal reflexive exercise about the lessons learned from that movement in terms of getting us from here to there, and namely from a world of capitalist firms to a world of democratic firms, to also consider the lessons we can learn from another parallel movement that I've been in some ways more directly engaged in and for longer, namely the movement to put in place legislature by lot, to pick up the title of a book by Eric Olin Wright and John Gastill, or at least to democratize our representative democracies by augmenting them with so-called citizens' assemblies, which are groups of, large groups of randomly selected citizens, sometimes tasked with deliberation, sometimes tasked with generating policy or even legislative proposals. So in fact, this invitation has been very serendipitous. It has allowed Isabelle and I to reflect about the lessons we learned from these 2 movements, but also to identify the deep affinities between these 2 distinct efforts of democratizing legislature and work. We think that socialism today needs to be deployed as an integrative and holistic program, not the narrowly focused ideal of or goal of collectivizing the economy to which it has sometimes been reduced in the past. So we propose as I said, a more expensive definition of socialism, in part inspired by Eric Olin Wright's view that socialism is an economy serving the needs of ordinary people and controlled by them, and also by the philosopher John Dewey, for whom democracy was not just a political regime, but a whole way of life. And by that he meant a democratic family, a democratic education, democratic polity, of course, and a democratic workplace and economy. So we mean by socialism something that's not just state ownership of the means of production on one definition, but really societal ownership of the means of production plus democratic control of the state and other political organizations, and that would mean in that case firms. So socialism for us is part of the democratic project. So what we've been involved in the last 20 years independently in 2 converging projects, and then more recently working together on this idea of democratic firms. I've worked on ways to rethink our electoral democracy, which are very exclusionary and biased, not unlike actually the sort of capitalist economy, which is biased in favor of shareholders. And that trajectory has culminated in the publication of a book called Open Democracy, Reinventing Popular Rule for the 21st Century. Meanwhile, the last 20 years, Isabelle has been working on her idea of economic bicameralism and rethinking firms as political entities, and the culmination of that work has been the recent working manifesto, Le Manifeste Travail in French, which she co-wrote with Julie Batilana and Dominique Médard, but she'll tell you a little bit herself about that. And I should say that we've also co-authored a piece on arguments for workplace democracy in a political philosophy journal a couple of years back. So what we want to do, because we don't think it's easy to predict how we get from here to there or to model that sort of path, but we can learn from the path that's been traveled so far. And actually we think that in some ways we've gone further than people would have thought a couple of years back. So I'm going to talk about the road traveled regarding democratizing legislatures. And I think the last 10 years have been incredibly rich and promising. And Isabel will tell you about democratizing work. And finally, we'll turn to the lessons we think we've learned. So let me just, the question that this ideal of democratic legislatures put forward is really the old Greek ideal of citizens capable of self-rule, right? And that's somehow something that our representative democracies have long been uncomfortable with. In fact, historically, they've been built to exclude people from places of power, only allowing them to vote once in a while for the rulers and sort of consenting to power rather than really exercising power. But in recent years, because of, in fact, for longer than that, for more than 20 years, probably maybe 40 years, if we go back to the to German and Danish experiments, governments have tried to augment representative institutions with participatory experiments. Perhaps as the crisis of democracy deepened, there's been an increased resort to these experiments. And so we see that there's been a so-called deliberative wave in the last 10 years, particularly from 2011 to now. It started, in the 80s, but really there's a sort of second wind now, since probably in the aftermath of 2008. That's how I explain it. These are results, by the way. I borrow these figures from a really good OECD report from 2020, which documents all the cases of deliberative experiments in OECD countries. So basically, since 2016, you've had about an average of 25 processes per year in various countries. So the reason why you probably haven't heard of them is because they mostly take place at the regional level, the local level. There are very few that take place at the national or federal level, or let alone the international level, only 3% at the international level. But you may have heard of some of the more famous cases. So I list a bunch of them in the paper, but I just want to draw your attention to the more famous ones. So the most famous, the most successful one in some ways, is the Irish Citizens' Assembly on abortion in 2016 that ultimately resulted in Ireland holding a referendum in June 2018, whereby 66% of the population voted to decriminalize abortion because abortion had been constitutionally made a crime in the 80s constitution. This was a success that followed a previous success that was perhaps less discussed, but is very important. It was the 2012 Citizens' Assembly on marriage equality. That was actually a hybrid model where you had 2/3 citizens and 1/3 politicians. They deliberated for months, came up with proposals, and then similarly, a referendum crowned the whole thing and marriage equality was passed. So in the Irish Citizens' Assembly, you had 99 citizens that were randomly selected. Another sort of famous model that's very recent, it's gaining traction because it's one of the bolder ones, even though it's only at the regional level, is the Ost-Belgian model. So in the German-speaking region of Belgium, since 2018, you have a council of 24 randomly selected citizens who basically have the power to tell the local parliament to deliberate about some issues and potentially offer answers to the questions put to them by this council. They also have the power to convene 3 citizens panels on over the whole year on topics of their choice. And so they've been doing that for over a year, and it's been considered a success and is now being copied by other cities like Paris and Brussels. Finally, another sort of famous model, at least in my world of participatory and deliberative democracy, of course, is the French Citizens' Convention for Climate, which took place between October 2019 and June 2020, even went on for another final round in February 2021, so just recently, where you have 150 randomly selected citizens from all over France, including the ultramarine territories, the overseas territories, who were convened by President Macron, by the government, to spend a year thinking about ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% of the 1990s levels in a spirit of social justice. So this is all in the wake of the Yellow Vest movements that was itself a reaction to a failed attempt to implement a carbon tax. These 150 came up with very bold proposals, 149 of them, which then largely failed to be implemented by Parliament. I think only 15% of them really went through the process. But the thing that's really inspiring and makes this experiment a semi-success, at least, is that I think for the first time, we have a Parliament at the national level that trusts citizens enough to ask them to co-construct. That was the mandate in the Prime Minister's letter, to co-construct laws, legislative proposals with experts. So experts played an enormous role, but I've looked at this and written about this. They were not controlling the narrative, they were helping the citizens. And so it's an example, it's as close as one can get to this idea of citizen legislators. So there are a lot of the assemblies now, more are coming. We've had a UK, a Scottish and German constitution on climate change. There's a global convention on climate change that's more of a pilot at this stage, but that's going to take place in the margins of the COP26 in Glasgow in the fall. As I said, Brussels and Paris are looking to copy the Belgian style randomly selected council. Australia is looking into a convention for climate. In the US, there has been a climate convention in Washington, in the state of Washington, very poorly covered, so I bet you haven't heard of it. And so we can hope that this is something that's going to continue gaining traction. So I think it's a really impressive ride, because in 10 years, they've gone from being something a bit niche and obscure to being a policy tool, and for some of these citizens convention, real political actors with some weight. So in the paper, I try to justify that by, through some anecdotes that I personally went through. So in 2016, I think that was for me the turning point when I went to the APSA convention, and I saw sort of the representative of the establishment of political theory, if you will, a classic liberal Rawlsian, Jeremy Waldron, who was waving Van Reybrouck's book called Against Elections, The Case for Democracy, where he was advocating for this sort of citizens' assemblies. I saw him make fun of that book and of related ideas, for example, those of Jim Fishkin, who's a creator and promoter of what he calls deliberative polls, another form of randomly selected mini public. And I think in the last couple of months, even, I think this is striking to me how much more visibility they've acquired. So Fishkin was in the New York Times. My own work was featured in mainstream venues, including the Financial Times, which I never thought in a million years would really support this kind of things. In France, we have a TV show called Baron Noir, who was introduced to the masses, the figure of a presidential candidate based loosely on the character of a French activist named Etienne Chouard and the Belgian activist named Van Reybrouck, basically campaigning on a lottocratic platform. So I put in the pictures the New York Times coverage of Jim Fishkin's Dallas deliberative poll. He convened 525 American citizens to talk about, I think, ways to reform American democracy. And I think this is the first time I saw the New York Times really put that on the front page. And you see that the character of Etienne Chouard in the movie uses the same sort of background images, this idea that, a diverse group of large people, that's what democracy is about. So how did this change come about, and what are some of the lessons that we can start sort of deriving from this? We will return to this in the third part, but I would say that the timing is everything, but also the role of activists and the role of scholars. And so I just wanted to point out that this happens very differently in different countries, but where it's successful, it's usually because you have strong social movements and a pressure from within and without government to promote these movements. In particular, again, I think one of the most successful examples, the Irish case, was promoted by David Farrell and Jen Souter, who were both political scientists, very acutely aware of design and conceptual issues, but at the same time really promoted this in an activist way. I tried to play my role in France with Loic Blondiot. In Iceland, however, as far as I know, it was mostly coming from civil society with a group of entrepreneurs called the Ant Hill, who were committed to collective intelligence ideas and pioneered the sort of format of the National Forum. of 950 randomly selected citizens debating about collective issues that was then taken up by the Icelandic government when they tried to rewrite the constitution with a participatory process. In France, the Yellow Vest movement, the Civic Vest movements, the Open Democracy Organization, and documentary maker called Cyril Dion all played a role. And in Belgium, of course, it's Van Riebeeck. So I again will return to the lesson. So I'll hand it over to Isabelle from here.
Thank you, Hélène.
About democratizing work.
Thank you. Can you hear me fine? Yes? Okay, yes. Very happy to be with you today. Thank you for the invitation. So the next section focuses on a more personal narrative, recounting the birth of this movement for democratizing work. You will see in the paper that the previous section that Hélène covered was more descriptive of past developments, and this section is more oriented toward the future, and it's probably more descriptive of future aspirations too. But in terms of getting from here to there, the singular experience of what is going on with this democratizing work movement might teach us some interesting things. So at the onset of the COVID pandemic, you will remember that workers were recognized essential. That was historical, yet we quickly felt that it might lead nowhere. What would be that recognition? What would mean that recognition to workers? So as scholars, we really felt we had a responsibility to help to learn from this crisis. And during the first lockdown, in view of May Day 2020, basically, with Julie Batilana, who's at Harvard Kennedy School and Business School, and Dominique Meda at Paris Dauphine, two other colleagues working on work and work organizations and concerned with democracy and sustainability, we wrote an op-ed to be published in Le Monde. But by the time it was released, in a matter of 2 weeks, we were 3,000 scholars to sign it. So what is the message? If you look at it, it has nothing really new. It is rather the affirmation of radical lessons we had already occasions to learn in history. On May 16th, 2020, so more than 3,000 scholars signed that op-ed, which was published around the world, it articulated three principles. We need, if we want to recognize workers as essential, we do need to democratize firms, to decommodify labor, and to decarbonize the planet. By democratizing firms, what we mean is that, and I'm quoting from the op-ed, it's time to enfranchise workers. So we affirm that a personal investment of labor, that is of one's mind and body, one's health, basically one's very own life, ought to come with the collective right to validate or veto the decisions of the firm. That is the radical principle of the dual majority principle that comes from the study of bicameralism, which is a key transitory step in the history of democratization of despotic entities, which is exactly the situation in which corporations are today. We also need to decommodify labor. Here is another quote: decommodifying work means preserving certain sectors from the laws of the so-called free market, like healthcare, for instance. But it also means ensuring that all people have access to work and the dignity it brings. And we suggest we should create a job guarantee, which is a way to implement Article 23 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and then decarbonizing the planet. By that, we mean that a successful transition from environmental destruction to environmental recovery and regeneration will be best led by a democratically governed firm, in which the voices of those who invest their labor carry the same weight, at least, as those who invest their capital when it comes to the strategic decisions. So that statement was signed, as I said, by more than 3,000 1,000 academics at the time, now more than 6,000 from more than 750 universities across the globe, published in 43 newspapers. And that was all the work of colleagues doing that in a matter of 2 weeks, as I said, translating the paper themselves to really reach out to their own societies. And this was led by a group of female scholars. Actually, the 3 female scholars were speaking during this conference, are members of this core group, Julia, Krahé, Hélène, and myself. We felt we really had to do something with that level of engagement because it was really stunning. And we felt a responsibility to continue to sustain that conversation, which really felt global at the same time as it felt really fitting in all those countries where the statement was published. So we decided to work on a book, and by the fall, so last fall, we published a book in French first with our editor at Le Seuil, Le Manifeste Travail, so the working manifesto. It will be the translation published next year at the University of Chicago Press, detailing the 3 principles with this core group of 12 female scholars. And the book has really got us a very impressive media coverage in all these past months, and it has now been already published in Portuguese and in Brazil. So when it came to last May, for the first anniversary, if you want, of the release, we decided we needed to do something more. We felt again a responsibility to sustain this conversation, and we decided to organize a global forum on democratizing work. So on May the 17th, we had a call with the signatories who could make it. 38 countries were represented. And we decided to organize this global forum on democratizing work, which will be held next October, we hope, with you, and which will seek to cover, so one day for each principle, democratizing, decommodifying, and decarbonizing, seeking diversity. So it's a participatory programming. People are invited to propose panels. It will be an immersive experience as a participant. We will try to make it as a good networking experience as possible. We'll seek gender balance, global representation, inclusion of the various relevant constituencies that are involved with these principles. That is unions, that is progressive business leaders, that is climate activists, that is progressive journalists, and we already have a green lineup of speakers from academia. You can check that on the website, and we hope you will participate, actually. So what will this produce? What we're trying to do is to build new coalitions of actors, I guess, experimenting already with these 3 principles. From the constitution debate, for instance, in Chile, which is now debating the need to democratize firms, to a discussion within the labor movement, who thought until very recently that co-determination was still like the end of history in terms of what laborist corporate governance could look like. There are lots and lots of conversations going on today in their own relevant context, and we are going to try to nurture that conversation. But what will this produce? Only agitation, or something more interesting than that, something like orchestration, as Julie Batilana and her co-author calls? We don't know yet. So now let's switch to the lessons learned.
So the lessons learned are in part that, again, timing is everything. I think there's something very unique in the last 10 years that has happened, more or less since in the aftermath of 2008. That got amplified with the Trump and Brexit votes, and of course the nail in the coffin of this neoliberal era where everybody was boxed in and there was supposedly no alternative was the pandemic. So from prison and police abolition to student debt cancellation to democratic socialism, to universal healthcare, to democratized legislatures and democratized workplaces, it seems like everything is on the table now. And so it seems like it's a good time to act, that that's a crisis that can't be wasted. The other lesson from the observation of all these movements is that a pragmatist and experimentalist mindset is better than an ideological and purist theoretical mindset. The Irish success in particular, in my view, comes from the fact that organizers were willing to compromise with parliament. They could have insisted on a pure randomly selected assembly, but they agreed to bring in a third of politicians. And that's what paved the way for the later success of the pure, autocratic assembly of 2016, because basically those two constituencies, politicians and citizens, trusted each other, and specifically the politicians trusted the citizens enough that they said, okay, on abortion, we will let you be on your own and make legislative proposals for us. By contrast, the Icelandic process, I think, failed because the Council of Constitutional Drafters saw itself as the sort of runaway constitutional power with a legitimacy of its own and wasn't willing to collaborate with Parliament and the major power players. In France, which is a semi-success or semi-failure, depending on how you look at it, I think the lesson is that it would have been better to build bridges between the Parliament and this convention, because what happened is that because it was convened by the president, the Parliament saw it as a sort of a competitor or a threat even to its legitimacy, and so there was a lot of distrust that prevented the implementation of the recommendations. And I also think that a lot of the design, just the pure institutional design of that convention, was too strict and built on fear and distrust. So the lesson is that to be open to compromises even on theoretical principles. Isabel?
So the third lesson is that the message needs to be perceived as speaking to human beings as a whole and integrative of multiple dimensions of human meaning. The message does not appeal to sectorial interests or focus on narrow issues. So the successful citizens' assemblies, for instance, were not focused on like narrow technical issues like electoral reform, even though we know that's tremendously consequential, but dealt with high stakes like climate change or abortion that felt much more like a lived experience for the participants. The message offers meaningful synthesis in a complex world. So the 3D, decarbonize, decommodify, democratize, connects human daily experience with the future of the planet. And the message also probably brings an optimistic way forward in an overall depressing world, which is certainly part of its appeal. Now, on the fourth lessons, we believe this role of experts or scholars, or at least we see the role that we have as expert scholars as capabilizers. So in the capability sense of Amartya Sen, it's a role that needs to take place if we want to equip citizens. Basically, we believe that scientific experts should be seen as valuable resources, valuable contributors to the capacity of society to understand itself, its past, its presence, and make informed choices about its future. So we should try to educate, inform, certainly, democratic judgment, but not substitute for it. In the experience of the two movements, scientists and scholars seek to speak to society on a level playing field, as equal to equal. They seek to enter into meaningful horizontal relationships with citizens, social movements, whatever the constituencies, with their expertise, but as equals. And this is an expression that Hélène uses a lot and that she heard from activists or participants turned activists in those citizens' assemblies, that they ask for experts to be on tap, not on top. But then what is the difference for a scholar to be on tap and not to be an activist? This is a deeply epistemological complex issue. And we have actually different views about that. You will read more in the paper, but just to give you a taste of it, Hélène believes that it is key to keep the two roles of a scientist and an activist strictly separated, and as a scholar aiming for axiological neutrality. But her experience has shown her how reality is actually always much more complex than that. And that need separation is really difficult to draw, except that on paper maybe. But I will let her speak about that in the debate. Being a sociologist myself, first,
sorry, that's 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I see myself more in the tradition of the Frankfurt School of the critical theory, and Habermas' work on knowledge constitutive interest is fundamental to understanding that science is always an exercise that is informed by interest. So even with that recognition, we obviously seek a deontological practice that is informed by the multiplicity of views, learning from opposite views, etc. But we need to be explicit about our normative choices that are always at the heart of the exercise. So the conclusion: we view socialism with its fundamental commitment to equality as the project of, in the beautiful words of Eric Colin Wright, deepening and extending democracy. And this entails a very specific responsibility for experts and scholars. We think academic researchers have a crucial role in to play in providing society with the tools it needs to orient its future. And by this, we also mean to actively engage in the process of democratizing access to their own work and knowledge, so including scientific conferences. While our approach and our analysis could not be more different than the analysis of Milton Friedman, actually, the way he encapsulates the role of academics is greatly interesting. He said, our role as academics is to develop alternatives to existing policies, to keep them alive and available until the politically impossible becomes politically inevitable. Our difference with Friedman, obviously, is that his commitment was to the knowledge interest of control rather than emancipation. So that's a big difference. He was working in the interest of capital, and we hope we are contributing to equip and help the people. And I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Isabel and Hélène. So now we'll open to the discussion, see if we have any hands raised. Maybe I am blind, but I don't see any.
Yeah.
Jacome, there's one in the audience.
There is one. I don't see it.
Yeah, Terence, there is in the audience, but I don't know. I think they should use the conversation, right? The chat.
Oh, yeah, I'm
speak.
looking at the chat. At the chat, there is nothing that I can see. Let's see the question and answers.
It's
no
not
either.
Not yet a democratized conference, but Marc raised his hand. I see Marc.
Okay, I see Marc now. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Marc, please.
Yeah, so I think the name of the person in the audience is Terence Renaud. So maybe we can invite her to, or him to write something in the chat if there is no other way. Yeah. So I wanted to first say just one word about Milton Friedman. I think he believed that he was also in favor of emancipation. He was perhaps wrong about the ways to emancipation, but he was certainly not in favor of authoritarian control. But the question I wanted to ask is about the wave that you've been talking about. So I fully agree about the attitude and the availability of scholars that you were mentioning. But I was wondering about the specific issue of democratizing work. So it's easy to see why it could be fashionable to have citizen conventions and so on, right? So this is not a real danger to those who hold real power. Democratizing work is much more dangerous. And so what is the source of hope you may have to make things move forward on that front?
You want to take it, Isabel?
Please. So thank you, Marc. Well, the hope is the fact that we can have a conversation about it outside academia. I think that the fact to have like media coverage of these issues is really a sign of hope, but certainly there is a huge amount of work to be done, first to make alternative available, and then to work with activists and policymakers to make them really possible. But it's true that what happened in the aftermath of that op-ed has been quite encouraging from that perspective. And now on Milton Friedman, I do like that quote, because I think it also speaks for some humility. If we can recognize that Friedman was actually very genuinely was thinking about his own work as, this emancipatory work, I think we all have to stay very critical about what we are doing ourselves. So I totally agree. This is never a solved question.
Yeah, if I can add something, Marc, I actually don't think it's so easy for governments to open up government to citizens. In fact, it's very threatening to a lot of these politicians. And I can tell you, the CESE, which is our third legislative chamber, it was threatened with the prospect of being replaced or turned into a chamber of participation. And they fought tooth and nails, and some of those conflicts seeped into the process of the Citizens Convention, and they try to influence the recommendations of the citizens. So it's a real power struggle, even there, even when you think that, oh, well, this is a participatory washing, window dressing to make it look. No, because the problem, once you launch that dynamic, it's really hard to, pedal back. People will want more of it, and it becomes something that they have to take seriously, and that where they need to deliver. And then if it's consistently disappoints the expectation and these experiments have no impact, then people will be on the street again. So I don't know. I think yes, it's seemingly less dangerous because it's so far presented as something that will augment our institutions and kind of save our representative democracy. But I always thought that actually, no, there's a real competition there. We have to admit that you cannot create yet another chamber of a house of the citizens, for example, and not devolve some power to it. Well, where's that power going to come from? It's a negative sum game. It's going to come from the prerogatives of parliament or some other chamber, and that's very conflictual. So I think it's the same struggle. It's worse in the economic sector because there's so much money at stake, for sure. But we can learn from the struggles in this current in this other process.
Jacome?
Yes, thank you very much for this talk. I learned many things. I have two questions. So one is I'm fascinated by this approach because I think while the idea of socialism is still appealing as it was, say, 1 century ago, what we drastically lack as compared to 1 century ago is what Marxists used to call a historical subject. That is to say, the subject of the historical progress that was meant to be the proletarians at the time of Marx, and then also until I would say in Western Europe in the 70s. And I think the big question that outside economics, at least, we have is indeed to identify the historical block of societal groups, the legs that Roberto mentioned yesterday, on which any meaningful idea of socialism can walk. And I guess that this is maybe the most promising way in order to aggregate forces from society, from the bottom up, in order to produce those legs. And so my first question would be, empirically, what do you think are indeed the groups that may build such an historical block that could support a transformation of the economy and society? Is that, so I am thinking about the youth that in many, at least in Western European countries, has quite dismal perspectives in the future because of the pollution, the climate challenge, because they think they will not have a safe long-term job, and so a lot of questions. So and they are well educated. So I'm thinking about the youth, but I'm no sociologist, and so I'm quite naive on this. But I think this is an absolutely crucial issue in order to make real what we talk about in the ivory tower. And then the second question is more on a more basic level. So what is your standpoint on direct democracy? Because this is rather different from, I think, the citizens' assemblies that you've mentioned. So what is your position about direct and semi-direct democracy as a complement, at least, to representative democracy? I was quite upset from my experience here in Berlin, where the Social Democratic government, in a coalition with the left-wing party and the Greens, decided to completely ignore a referendum on an airport last year, where almost 70% of the people voted for one thing, and the government decided to do the opposite. So, so for my own experience in Germany, even in the left, especially in the Social Democratic Party and in the trade unions movement, there is a huge mistrust against the people. So they say they work for the people, but they will not let the people directly participate.
Maybe I can take the last question, Isabel, and take the first. So the direct democracy. So I think direct democracy is going to be is going to have to be a bit much larger part of our renovated democracies going forward. I think the model here is probably Switzerland, where it's like routine, and you know, people exercise their rights to actually initiate referenda. So it's a very bottom-up fashion. The problem is that in France, you know, the tradition of the referendum is completely plebiscitarian. It's top down. It's always, you know, one question at a time. So people vote not on the issue, but for or against government. That's exactly what happens all the time. And so, and then you've got Brexit, which sort of like scares politicians even more. You know, disabuse them of the notion of using referendum ever again. And the worst thing is that, you know, if you take the Citizens Convention for Climate, the 150 in there, they distrusted the referendum so much, they chose not to put their proposals to a referendum. So that was actually, I remember the activists on the governance committee cried when they saw that. They were like, oh my God, the people are not trusting the people. You know, it was different people. And that's very dispiriting, but I don't blame them. They looked at the French system and they said, there's no way, you know, people are going to vote for or against Macron. The only way this could have worked, in my view, would have been if they used a multiple choice referendum, like in Ireland again. In Ireland, they didn't vote only on abortion. There was a whole slew of issues. And so on some questions they voted yes, on some questions they voted no. So it made the referendum about the issues, not about the government. And in France, we'd have to, constitutionally it's complicated, you'd have to have multiple referenda the same day, etc. So basically, I think, yes, if we want real democracies, we need to have citizens initiated referenda, recall, referendums, things that allow people to change the legislative system much faster in a much more reactive way. But we also need to accept that the people, it's never the people in the referendum or the people in the assembly. So you have all these conflicts of legitimacy and representation that need to be thought through more carefully. So there's still a role for representation, which is indispensable if we want to have quality deliberation and quality legislation coming out of the system.
On the other question, Jacome, of course, I'm certainly not capable to list all the relevant blocks, but I think we might be surprised. For instance, I saw a survey in France. 9 out of 10 managers know that they will have to fundamentally change their method of management in the future. This is a stunning figure. I think it really speaks for the fact that inside firms, people have been really made aware of the changing conditions of work, obviously with working on distance, but much more than that. It's the whole social compact, I would say, inside firms is now up for reconsideration. Obviously, there will be a big tendency to go for full authoritarianism, and we can see that with some software that enable managers on distance to monitor workers. But this is not going to be the way that every firm is going to go, because any firm that needs a fully immersed in their mission workers is not going to proceed that way. So I see there are other questions in the chat, and
there's one that I can just answer right away, because I think it's a misconception. The name Citizens Assemblies suggests that these assemblies are only for citizens. Turns out absolutely not. Nobody checks your passport. No, I mean, for example, the selection process in France, they generated random phone numbers, and then they called people and they checked for their gender or geographic origin and things like that, but they never checked for their actual citizenship. So in the great national debates, in the regional conferences, there were people who were not citizens. So there was an Iranian woman. It's a lot more inclusive than the name suggests, actually.
Okay, so we have several questions from the attendees. So what I suggest is that we go into the break and then ask particularly Hélène and Isabel to stick around, because the questions are addressed to them. Let me remind you that we'll reconvene a little earlier than printed, so we'll reconvene at 1:05 instead of 1:15. So now we have the questions are relatively long. So let me start with the first one, which is actually the longest. And this is from Terence Renaud.
But Hélène just responded to that one. Yes, the one on the citizens, no?
Organizing citizens versus workers. I don't see any mention of refugees, immigrants, other non-citizens. So Isabel and Hélène, you consider this one answered already?
Yes, because again, I think they should be called something else. They're called citizens' assemblies, but it's really more a question of affected interest than actual citizenship.
And speaking to this same dimension, this same problem on in the economy, that's precisely why we in the manifesto we speak about labor investors also as a way to actually circumvent the exclusionary practice of firms, which keep their own, trusted workers with a standard contract, and which treat any other workers which they need as subcontractors, gig workers, whatever, this very well. So the whole platform economy, for instance, is a very good example of that tendency to get workers out of the boundaries of the firm. And it's precisely that whole constituency of workers who is not in a standard contracting relationship with the main firm, which should be considered as we envision the democratization of firm. So democratizing firm should be a way to build that solidarity between those constituencies which are not even recognized as workers for these firms.
Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, there is the question from David on the.
Before that, there was a question by Moritz Emanuel Bondelli, and it reads, what role do you see for referenda ballot initiatives to stimulate citizen participation? Are they complementary to the deliberative exercises in Ireland, or do they compete?
Well, I see them as complementary, and I think I touched on it already, but you don't want, the danger is that if you start using these mini publics, they can substitute for mass participation, and we don't want that, because at the end of the day, these groups are very small. You're talking 150 citizens versus 67 million French people. So they might get their legitimacy over time in the same way that 400 elected representatives get theirs, but still that's not a true representation of the larger body. So you need to have, I call this, in my theory, these bodies need to be open. They need to be open to the input of the larger public and connected to them through moments of mass participation, like, of course, referenda, and specifically bottom-up referenda. Things that are initiated by the popular will, gathering signatures, which then triggers a process whereby a question is put to the agenda of parliament or directly sent to a referendum. So yes, those things, I see them as completely complementary. And in fact, the people within those assemblies see them as complementary. We had huge social movements around the fourth session of the convention. They had to cancel the fourth session and move it to 2 months later. And there was a worry among the participants that they didn't want to look like they were betraying the social movements, the yellow vests and everything. They didn't want to look like they were a tool in Macron's toolbox to quiet and pacify and basically kill the social movements. So they are very much aware of the complementarities.
So the next question is from David Frumkin.
Yes.
And
I can take it.
You can take it. Have you read it?
Yes.
Okay, so okay.
So I think that, thank you for your question. It really goes to the heart, I think, of the let's say the beauty of the op-ed, if I may. It's that we need to tie these principles together. And I don't think democratizing firms is enough. Indeed, we need to decommodify labor at the same time. Why? Because we know there are two institutions that affect the outcomes for workers. It's the firm, the work organization in which they work, and the market. And you cannot, you need to address the issues on both ends, and that's a problem when we don't see the complementarity of solutions that we have to put forth. So again, it's probably tied also to the lessons that we were trying to learn from this, is that not being sectorialist in our view of stakes, also as scientists, is actually quite essential to try to convey options for this, for the future of this world.
So
Moritz says we can unmute attended, so they could just ask their question. That'd be much nicer to have actually their voice next time.
Yeah.
I think
Suresh, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess this is kind of a question around, which feels to me like the problem we're facing with democracy kind of all over the place is the question of like defining who's in and who's out in various constituencies. And like, in some ways you can't do that democratically because it presumes the answer to the problem. And so once you brought up the platforms, it's like who's in and who's out on vote, on participating in governance of a platform, who's in and who's out and participating in Facebook's governance. It seems like this problem of the drawing of boundaries, refugees, immigrants, people in other countries is just like a big one. And we need to, I don't know, before we ask for democracy to solve lots of problems, we probably should have some sort of principles by which we decide how we draw the boundaries of.
Well, so Dal had already tackled that question, and basically his answer that, well, in the end you need to include everyone. So probably the implication of looking at this is that you need some kind of global democracy, and I think most political philosophers have sort of converged on a more workable solution, which is not perfect and in fact is very frustrating in many respects, which is the affected interest principle.
So I agree with the principle, and I'm like, but then what's the institutional implementation of that principle?
Well, you could say self-selection. So that sort of works in some context. If you take the Taiwan case, so in Taiwan they have a way to solve societal issues which is entirely based on self-selection. When I started looking at it, I was blown away because my own view is that this needs to be logical, this needs to make sense. So random selection on a predefined demos makes sense to me. But this idea that you're just going to let whoever shows up on your online platform to talk about how we're going to arbitrate, adjudicate between Uber claims and the local taxi fleets claims, and then it's going to work out. I thought, no, all the interests are going to, the wrong kind of interests are going to be represented. It's going to be unfair, but it worked out. They had these, technological tools to track emerging consensus on the platform. It's called vTaiwan, and then they have another one called pol.is. And somehow they get enough people that you get the diversity of perspective and interests. In fact, they reached, on the pandemic stuff, they reached half the Taiwanese population. So it's 27 million people, and it's pretty huge. The Great National Debate got, I think, 2 million people involved, at the max. So they managed to get all these people, and somehow it's not a representative sample, but it's all the people who care about the issue, who have knowledge about the issue. And then they don't let them decide, that's your other key thing. They just let them generate a debate, input information, and then the elected politicians will sort of do the adjudication in the end, but really tracking and trying to follow the emerging raw consensus. It's quite remarkable. So I don't know if that's a solution, because I'm sure on other issues it could fail. But we could try that. We could have I'm not sure. It's probably worth trying. You look at Wikipedia. How do we, decide who gets to contribute what on what? No one decides. It's completely self-organizing. Yes, okay, so there's a sort of elite of editors that keep things in check, but at the end of the day, this was completely unpredictable. And many people said this is going to fail, and it worked. So I'm thinking maybe we should trust people. Basically, my whole trajectory has been towards more trust and more openness. And I think that's the right intuition.
I see that there is another question on the chat is by Alessandra Pelloni. And she asks, what about the democratic nature of European project? In Italy, the perception is that key choices are out of the hands of politicians unless they are named Mario Draghi.
Well, I think Isabel and I will agree. Yes, this is not a democracy. This is a technocracy. It's everything. There's a reason why we've got Brexit. It doesn't respect the sovereignty of states. It doesn't allow people a real say about their future. They're stuck in this neoliberal technocratic sort of, framework for years. And then finally, at 40 years after it was needed, the European Union has decided to launch this conference, this conversation on the future of Europe. They basically picked up Macron's idea, and they're doing a great national debate in Europe. Probably haven't heard of it. Why? Because it's organized by bureaucrats who do not know how to communicate on those things. So there's like 160 retweets and a handful of articles. It's a good idea. They actually have these, I should have talked about it actually. They also have these randomly selected bodies of 100 citizens plucked at random, I mean, stratified random sampling from different countries. So they are actually transnational. It's very interesting, but it's done in a way that's so top down, so vertical, so, yeah, based on fear and closeness that I don't think much will come out of it, but it's the beginning. It's at least the beginning.
Robert, yeah.
Roberto, you want to ask a question?
If there is time.
Yeah.
Well, we are in the break, so
Okay.
it's not unbounded, but
Okay. So my question is largely stemming from the title of the presentation, which is From Here to There. So I'm looking at, for example, citizens' assemblies, discounting the problems with the name that Hélène suggested. Now, if I think, so in thinking about socialism as the final goal, right?
Yeah.
Now, I understand why democratizing work, the workplace, is an obvious step in that direction. I am slightly less convinced about citizens' assemblies per se. So let me explain. I understand, for example, when you describe socialism as societal ownership of the means of production plus general democratizing of society, I understand. That's part of the final goal. So once we have socialism, I can very easily see citizens' assemblies as part of the institutional design. But if I have to think of them in terms of opening up spaces and taking us one step towards the final goal, I'm not entirely sure. And the reason is, I mean, within capitalism, I mean, this is in a sense socialism 101, Marxism 101, if you wish. Within a capitalist society, people enter these kind of relations with their own biases, which capitalist society, you know, imbues them with. So the example of abortion is excellent. It's a successful one. But for that example, you know, we can give about 1,000 other examples in which these kind of things went terribly wrong. I mean, the Swiss 2009 referendum against the construction of minarets, for example, mosques, or California, which proposed a very right-wing policy on taxation based on direct democracy. And again, so it seems to me that citizens' assemblies work in the direction we wish them to work when there are these issues that have been hijacked, where you have party cross-class support, which people, you know, like abortion, for example, which have been hijacked by politicians in the context of politicizing minorities. But when it comes to, for example, I mean, imagine citizens' assemblies on issues such as fiscal federalism in Italy. There, the citizens will bring their own, you know, prejudices, their own ideology and stuff. And it's very difficult to think of, you know, a consensual approach similar to the abortion referendum in Ireland. So my question is, can we think of those? So again, I can very clearly see a space for them in the final design. But can we build socialist institutions without socialism? I mean, can they even help us in that direction? I know it's a bit kind of devil's advocate type thing.
Well, so there's two questions. One, well, I care about the process very much about how we get there. I think Isabel too. So, you know, I don't want socialism if no one else wants it. You know, it's not something that can be imposed on people. We're not the vanguard of anything. We're just, you know. So I think it really matters that this. But I believe also in the power of deliberation, and I believe that good ideas triumph. And if they don't triumph in the end, maybe they're not that good. So there's that element of faith in the power of deliberation. And I don't agree. Again, your question is premised on the sort of distrust of the ordinary citizen. And it's proven wrong over and over again. And they don't always go in the direction you expect them to. In Korea, I don't know, was it Korea? South Korea, they had a deliberative poll on nuclear plants. The president wanted to shut them down. They chose to continue them because they looked at the economic consequences and they said, no, we can't afford to, sort of like close them. So sometimes it's not always in the sort of progressive, direction that you'd expect. And on integration of Turkey in the European Union, same thing. After a deliberative poll, approval went down, became a minority view. So I don't know that we know what these people brought together would think. What I know is that if you equip them with the right sort of institutional design, you give them the expert they need to become informed, you give them the proper time and the proper consideration, and you design this well, then you get answers that I think will prove better for the long-term, well-being of a community and perhaps the world. So that's at least comparatively, if the comparison point is our current electoral system, I'm 100% sure,
Hélène, I am sorry, but I think now you have a role conflict because you are the chair of
I'm the chair, I'm so sorry. Yes, that's right. So I have to.
The next session
I should have shut up
should start now. So I
thank you.
The chair of the next session.
Okay, so is Thomas here? I believe that he's the next speaker.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Thomas. How are you? Well, so I don't think you really need an introduction, especially to this crowd. So why don't I give you 30 minutes, 35 if you wish, and then we'll discuss.
Yes. So hello everybody. Hélène, can you tell me again how long do you want me to talk?
30 minutes or 35 if you really must, but I think it's better to have more time for.
No, that's okay. 30 minutes is perfect. So
I'll warn you 5 minutes before your time is there.
Sure. Yes, that's very good. Thank you. So let me try to share my screen now. Okay. Yes. Is it? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay, good. So let me start. So what I'm going to do in this talk is to present some of the elements for what I refer to as a participatory socialism that I present in my book Capital and Ideology. So some of them are very much related to some of the ideas that Isabelle and Hélène and other people were talking about just earlier. I mean, there are also in Capital and Ideology some ingredients about more the organization of democracy itself, the financing of democracy and political assembly, which is in a way more closely related to what we were just talking about, but which I was not planning to present in this presentation, but which I'd be very happy to talk about more in the discussion. So what I'm going to do in this presentation is basically I'm going to go through these 3 steps so that I can explain a little bit how I have come to these views about participatory socialism and democratic socialism. So I will start, the first point will be about what I view as a very successful rise of the social state and progressive taxation in the West during 20th century, an historical sort of assessment, which, some of you, maybe many of you may share in this audience, but which I think is not so widely shared. And in fact, this is really this narrative, this historical narrative about what we've sort of achieved in the past, which is very central if we want to get anywhere in the future. Then the second step will be, trying to convince you that the system of participatory socialism, which I have in mind, which to summarize is based on some form of permanent circulation of power and property via progressive taxation and via a new system of workers' voting rights, that this system, although it's pretty different from the current economic system, I will say that it is in some way in the continuity of already huge transformation of the social and economic and legal systems that we've seen over the past century. So if you compare the kind of colonial and authoritarian capitalism that we had in 1910 with the kind of social democratic mixed economy capitalism of 1980, the set of institutions, of rules, the size of government, things have changed enormously. And so the kind of democratic socialism models that I'm going to describe here, it's of course it's different from the kind of welfare capitalism that we have today, but I will say that the difference with today's system is maybe not necessarily greater than the difference between today's system and the one of 1910. So it's in that sense, this is the change not only has already started, but is already well underway. And I think it's important to look at things this way. And my third point will be about the forces of change. Most of the major transformation in the past, in particular in the 20th century, came through huge crises, depression, wars, in some cases, revolution, revolts. So that will be, we were talking about the Yellow Vest movement a minute ago. There will certainly be more revolt of all kinds in the future. But I will, in my third point, I will try to mention, two other forces that may lead to change, sort of more specific forces than just social revolts and quest for more justice, which is sort of universal, but two more specific forces that may force change in this direction in the future include global warming, the environmental crisis in general, and competition with China's state socialism, which I want to confront to the kind of democratic and decentralized socialism that I'm presenting here, because I think also this China's system looks more like a perfect dictatorship than anything close to a socialist model. It also has some strengths, and if capitalist state powers sort of remain stuck in their very sort of narrow conservative capitalist ideology, I think they might have serious troubles confronting this counter model and threat at the world level in coming decades. And the general idea I'm trying to push is that we're always thinking about a battle of capitalism, but maybe a competition between different socialist models with a more sort of state authoritarian socialist model and a more democratic decentralized socialist model is maybe more relevant to describe some of the competition of the future. Okay, so this is a big program for 30 minutes, but I will try to go through that. So let me start with the first point, which is this very successful rise of the social state and progressive taxation in the West during 20th century. So this is a simple summary of what I call, with many others, there's really nothing new here. Everybody is aware of that, but I think it's important to start from the same page. If you look at the evolution of fiscal revenue as a percentage of national income and how they have been used in the past. So this is the average for Western Europe. This is the average of Germany, Britain, France, Sweden. So there are variations between these countries, of course, and the rise of the social state has been smaller in the United States. But, by and large, there is a common pattern, especially in Western Europe, and the similarities are more important than the differences if you take a broad historical view. And what's very striking is that, before World War I, basically, you have very little tax revenue, less than 10% of national income. Most of it is used for the army, police, justice. Some of it is used for the colonial expansion and the external military forces. But there's very little else. So in particular, education, it's less than 0.5% of national income in Europe, up to 1% of national income in the US, which has a significant advance in education over Europe at this time, but it's still always less than 1% of national income. It's rising a little bit before World War I, but there's not much happening. And then, you have this huge transformation where by the 1980s, you have on average in these four countries, 45% of national income for total tax revenue. And this is used to pay for a very diversified set of social expenditure, health, education, retirement. What's very important, in particular in line with the previous presentation, is that this extension of the welfare state is not just transfer and redistribution. It's also a process of decommodification, also in a way, in the sense that there are huge sectors of the economy, in particular health and education, which have been organized through a logic of either straight public sector or some non-profit organization, cooperatives, mutual insurance companies in France. Well, anyway, outside of the sort of profit logic, and not only it worked, but in fact, as we now know, if we take the case of the health system, it worked much, much better than the countries like the US that have made the choice of a private, largely for-profit health system. And this is true for health, but this is even more true for education. The experiment with for-profit universities or for-profit schools in Chile or with the Trump University, have been a disaster pretty much everywhere, and nobody. So this process of growing the social state is much more than just redistribution, reducing inequality. It's also a process of decommodification, and I think so the big question is, why did this process stop? And can it keep rising again? And my general answer is that there's no reason to stop where it has stopped. If you think of education in particular, there's a big paradox on this graph, which I'm showing you right now, which is that the total educational spending has actually stagnated since the 1980s, 1990s, around 6% of national income in the West in general, which is still, this is 10 times more than education spending before World War I, so this is a huge improvement. But it has stagnated since the 1980s, 1990s, in spite of the fact that the proportion of a generation going to university, of course, has increased enormously. So this means that per student expenditure has actually declined. And in France we know something about it, but it's more general than that. In countries like the US, you have, of course, enormous inequality between top schools and bottom schools and community college and etc. I think there's a need, especially in education and health, but also in transportation system, energy system, for the process of social state building to continue. Now, this requires a lot of thinking also about how you organize the social state and the public sector in general. So there are all sorts of issues about decentralized form of local education or energy agencies or transportation cooperatives or whatever. So it's a huge issue that is much bigger than just looking at the share as a fraction of national income. But I think that's this is a way to put it in the long run. Now, the second big transformation, together with the rise of the social state in the past century, has been the invention of progressive taxation. So here I'm giving you a quick summary, which is the evolution of the top income tax rate in a number of countries. So, before World War I, there was a little movement toward progressive taxation, but it was pretty small. And then it became huge. So the US in many ways led the movement. It was already 77% in 1918, 94% in 1944, and on average between 1930 and 1980, as we all know, it was like 81% in the US. This was only the federal top tax rate. You also have the state tax rate to add up to this. And my overall evaluation of this is that in the end, it was hugely successful in the sense that not only it contributed to reduced inequality from the top enormously. So you had the same, I'm not showing you the graph here, but you have the same for inheritance tax. So, the top inheritance tax rate also went to 70–80% in the US, in Britain. It was less so in France and Germany, where a lot of the redistribution happens through destruction of wealth and other processes. But in US, UK, progressive taxation played a huge role, in particular for inheritance. So it compressed inequality from the top. It also led, so I don't have the graph here, but if you look at effective tax rate by different level of income, there was, effective progressivity at the time. This played a very big role to make, I think, the rise of the social state and the rise of fiscal revenue in general more acceptable. So, when you have effective progressivity, it's much easier for people to accept to pay a higher effective tax rate if they know that, people at the top are paying much more than they do. And I don't have the graph on this slide, but if we've computed with Emmanuel Saez, Jacome series an effective tax rate by, for the bottom 50%, the top 1, the top 0.1, the top 10, and the period from 1920 to 1980 is a period with huge effective progressivity, which has completely disappeared since then. So today, when you're a small or medium-sized companies, or when you're a middle-class taxpayer, actually you're not sure that people at the top are paying more than you do. And in many cases, this is actually the opposite. You actually know that they are paying less than you do as a fraction of your profits or as a fraction of your income or property. And this is sort of threatening the entire system. So if we want, so the bottom line, if we want to be able to continue to have a process of rising social state and decommodification of the economy, restoring effective progressivity is absolutely critical. And I think it starts, with a correct historical assessment of what happened. I should add that, one important point is that progressive tax rate had also a huge effect on pre-tax inequality, and that was probably the biggest effect quantitatively. So in the sense that very top income, in particular very top CEO compensation, were sort of largely disappeared following this huge tax rate in the middle of the century, because it made it sort of very difficult for top CEOs to convince their boards, convince their subordinates, convince their companies that it's, you always want to have 1 million more, but when you have a top rate of 90% and everybody knows that 90% of this 1 million is going to go straight to the treasury, it's very difficult to convince others that this is the right thing to do. And also you are less motivated for yourself. So in any case, what we see in practice is that this effect on pre-tax inequality was even bigger than what the effect on effective tax rate progressivity will suggest. So that's, both have to be taken into account. So then, in the 1980s, there was, of course, as we know, claims that was made, under Reagan that, this had gone too far, that tax progressivity was discouraging effort and incentives, and therefore that, we should reduce and actually divide by 2 top tax rates in order to bring more incentives to the economy. Now, what happened in practice is that, in fact, the growth rate was divided by 2. So if you look at this, so this is for the US, this is a growth rate of national income per capita. It was 2.2% per year between 1950 and 1990, and it was 1.1% between 1990 and 2020. So the growth was supposed to be increased by the new incentives for entrepreneurs at the top. In fact, it was divided by 2. Now in Europe, when people make this kind of historical comparison, they have a difficulty because the post-war period in Europe, 1950-1990, was very exceptional. So it's difficult to really compare. For the US, I really want to stress that 1950-1990 was in fact not exceptional. It was sort of very close to 1910-1950 and not so different from 1870-1910. So it's more 1990-2020, which is exceptionally low, which could be due to a number of factors. So there's a whole discussion, of course, about this. I don't want to get into the details, but let me simply say, the fact that energy is becoming more and more expensive is probably in the long run contributing to lower growth, and this is probably good. Probably we should have grown less to begin with and use less energy. But I don't think this is the main factor for this decline here. The main factor to me is probably the decline in educational investment. The fact that you've had this stagnation of educational investment since the 1980s, is probably one of the biggest factors for this growth decline. But in any case, what everybody should agree with on the basis of historical evidence is that the source of prosperity is not more and more inequality. You divide by you create the income tax between 1970, 1910 and 1950, 1990, the growth rate is the same or even a bit better. You divide by 2 the top income tax rate in the recent decade. If anything, growth rate is divided by 2. So, the Reaganian ideology is, I think, on the basis of historical evidence, pretty much dead. And I think it explains also some of the deep political sort of chaos that we see today, in particular in the Republican Party in the United States, because you cannot really today, and it's been like that for a long time, you cannot have this very optimistic Reaganian discourse about market liberalization and globalization, which is going to benefit the middle class and everybody, etc., given the fact that you've had this huge rise in inequality and very bad growth performance. So you have to come with another narrative. And so the nationalist narrative by Trump and others is, of course, the most obvious narrative, which is, okay, we've been stolen away our hard work and labor by Mexican migrants, China, the rest of the world, whatever. And that's also something that you see, of course, a lot in Europe. Now, in the long run, what makes me optimistic is that that's not going to solve either the social or environmental problem or any of the deep problems. So I think we'll have to return to something else. So what I don't know how much time I have used.
You have about 10 minutes left. 10
minutes left. Okay, so let me accelerate a little bit. So, what is the form of participatory socialism that I describe in my book on the basis of that? Well, first, there's a whole part on what I call the circulation of property based on progressive taxation. So, as compared to what we've experimented in the 20th century, of course, there's progressive taxation on income and inheritance, up to 80–90%, like what was experimented in the past. The novelty is to also have a very big annual progressive tax on wealth, which in my view, is the only way to redistribute property itself. What's very striking when you look at the long run evolution of the distribution of income and wealth is that in terms of income, there's been a rise in the long run of equality, especially in Western Europe, but in terms of wealth distribution, the bottom 50, the top 10% share has declined historically to the benefit of the next 40%. But if you look at the bottom 50%, basically they've always been at zero. In terms of share in total wealth, it's going to be 5% in Europe, 2% in the US. But basically the bottom 50% does not own anything at all. And the view that we should just wait for growth to spread wealth, I think is a little bit, doesn't make much sense, because otherwise the process should have started already a long time ago. So the most natural way to do it is to use a progressive tax on property, both annual tax on wealth and tax on inheritance, to pay for a sort of basic inheritance for all. Let me make very clear that, in my view, this has to come in addition to basic income, in addition to policies like the job guarantee, in addition, of course, to the social state and free education, free health, and gradual decommodification of the economy. So this really has to come on the top of that, and probably at the last piece. If you do that before you have a basic income, or before you have a job guarantee, or before you have a welfare state, then you do it all wrong. To me, it's really the sort of the last piece to add in order to bring more bargaining power to people, in addition to the extra bargaining power that can be given by basic income, job guarantee, and other schemes. And the other component of participatory socialism that I propose is a different system of voting rights. So basically, the way it works is that the objective is that in a small firm, if you have a single shareholder who is also an employee in a small company, he or she should still have more than 50% of voting right in the board. But as the company gets bigger, you sort of lose the majority, and you need well, you need to negotiate. You need to talk to your workers, and you need to have a coalition with at least part of the staff, if you want to be able to do anything. So it's different from the sort of bicameral system that Isabel has been pushing for. And, I don't have very strong views about, this is better, this is better. I think in practice, it's only, concrete historical experimentation. And, I don't think there's one single solution for all sectors of activity, all countries, all historical periods. So I'm not trying here to say, okay, this is the magic bullet, take it, that would be ridiculous. All I'm doing is to say, okay, if you start from the co-determination system that has been implemented in countries like Germany, since the 1950s, where workers have 50% of voting rights in large companies, if you want to do more than that, in the continuation of that, what could you do? Well, one possibility would be here in this system, I say, okay, you have 50% of voting rights as workers, not only in large companies, but also in small companies. And then, in addition, within the 50% of voting rights going to shareholders, there will be a cap so that a single shareholder cannot have more than a certain fraction of this 50% of voting right. And this cap, could be very, in small firms, maybe it's okay. You can have 90% of the 50% of voting rights going to shareholders, but then in firms of more than 90 workers, it will be done to 10%. And so with the specific parameters I picked here, you get this diagram. Of course, you could pick other parameters, but basically, as compared to the German co-determination system, the only addition here is that you have this system of cap on how much a single shareholder can have in terms of voting rights. And the general philosophy is simply, look, as the company gets big, a single individual cannot be so clever than, you can take all decisions on your own. You have these investors in labor, as Isabel and others say, you have all these people who invest their life, invest their skills. And, the idea is that one individual, because he or she had a good idea or a good inheritance or whatever happened to him or her at age 20 or 30 or 40, should keep all the power until age 50, 60, 70, 90, in a huge company, makes very little sense. And so that's sort of the idea of the system that's proposed. Now, how are we going to get there? And this is where, you can have, of course, social mobilization, political programs, elections, people winning majorities. Okay, all of this is good, useful, and of course, I believe in elections, and I try to take a stand when there are elections in my country, which is not always easy. But anyway, now, if you really ask me what's going to deliver political change, historical change, I think elections are not quite going to be enough. I think you need some kind of crisis, some kind of shock. So what are these crises going to be? I just want to mention two in the end of my talk. One is the climate, and the other one will be China. So regarding the climate, I just want to stress that, in Europe and also in the US, of course, we like to point out that, there's a huge Chinese population out there, and, they are starting to emit carbon like crazy. Now, the truth is that if you look at the big emitters, so on this graph, the bottom line is that if you look at the top 1% carbon emitters of the world, they are in North America and a little bit in Europe. There are more in Europe than in China, but they are pretty much in North America, well, basically the US. And that's quite important because, these are estimates we made with Lucas Chancel at the World Inequality Lab a couple of years ago, which we are now updating, and we are going to update every year and put online in the World Inequality database. The top 1% carbon emitters of the world emit more carbon than the bottom 50% of the world together, which are, of course, the people in South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, which are going to suffer from the emission of the top 1%. And, if you try to put numbers on this, this is 10, 20, 50 times bigger than any form of international aid we have ever talked about. And this whole thing about international aid is completely insane in any way, because the outflow of profits out of Africa have always been much bigger than the inflow of international aid. So this whole discussion is a shame, but with the damage caused by carbon emissions, this is not a shame. This is just completely out of reach with the reality, and so at some point something will happen, in the sense that when people feel the concrete consequences of warming in their life, nobody knows, of course, when exactly things will get so bad that people feel that we need to change the economic system. But when people feel it, I think the reaction towards the people responsible, the countries and the social class responsible for this in the various countries, will generate potentially a lot of change. The other and last point I want to make is about the competition with China. So sometimes we like to say, okay, China has a communist party, but they're not communist anymore. Okay, they're not communist anymore, that's for sure, but they still have a system of property structure that is pretty different from the West. And I want just to show you very quickly two graphs to illustrate this. First one is the share of public wealth in national capital. So, this has declined a lot in China, of course, with privatization. But I really want to stress that the process of privatization has completely stopped now for almost 15 years, and China seems to stabilize at something which you can call a mixed economy, with 30% of total wealth owned by the state and the different regions and different levels of government. And of course, the state is always more complicated than just the state, but anyway, putting all levels together, you have a stabilization around 30%, which is bigger, but not completely different from what we had in the West between 1950 and 1980, where the share of net public wealth in total wealth was between 20 and 30%. I mean, it is bigger in China today, but not completely incomparable. Except that today the wealth in the West, we are actually turning to negative public wealth. Well, in particular, Britain and US are already negative, but all other countries are negative. So what does it mean negative? It means that we have more public debt than public assets. So is that even if we were to sell to private wealth owners all the schools, the hospitals, the public buildings, all the public assets that we have, that would be less than the public debt. Now, of course, this could become, the most obvious evolution is that this can become more and more negative in the future, which would just mean that people who own the public debt, so basically private wealth owners, I mean, mostly in the West. I mean, some of it can be owned in China, but most of the net foreign asset position of the West globally is positive, slightly a bit positive. But this could get even more negative, which will be a situation where the private wealth owners, through the public debt, they own not only all the public assets, schools, hospitals, etc., but also, in addition, a share of the future taxpayer money, basically. So they have a claim on taxpayer money. Now, this is a situation that already happened in the past, especially after World War II, and which was solved with a mixture of inflation, or in some countries, in particular Germany and Japan, by exceptional tax on private wealth, which were used to reduce very fast a big part of the public debt. Some of the public debt was also cancelled directly, but the most interesting solution was really the exceptional tax on private wealth. The question is, are we ready in the West for this kind of solution? I think it will take a few more crises before we are ready. And I think for the time being, we might continue in this sort of trajectory of impoverishment of the state, which puts China in a strong advantage in terms of its capacity of influence, to finance, including the energy transition, but to finance infrastructure investments throughout the world. It's just the public power, as more power. I mean, it's not that the rich countries are poor. I mean, rich countries are rich, but it's just that their government are poor. Their states are poor, which is a big difference. But that's important. So this is for total share of public wealth in private property. If you look at ownership of Chinese firms, here in fact,
few minutes left.
Okay, and I'm going to stop there. So here you can see that the share of government is actually over 50%. So when I say the public share is 30%, you should take it as an average of basically the two big components of national capital, which is one, housing, where in fact the share of government is very small, like 5% or 10%, almost everything has been privatized. and companies, which are, this is the second half of national capital, and here the public share is actually 55%, and the average between the two is 30%. And so you can see that, you know, state control over company is still very strong in China, and in fact the share of foreign wealth holders has actually declined in past 10 years, and it is the share of Chinese households that has increased a little bit, but relatively little, and it's mostly the government through the you know, the Communist Party, which is okay. So it's a very completely different system of political organization, obviously enough. You know, when you read the Global Times, which I do from time to time, it's actually interesting the way they describe sort of within party political deliberation as a much more powerful system than, you know, the kind of public deliberation systems that Hélène or Isabel were talking about. So, you know, they stress the fact that, you know, it's only part of the population, but after all, you know, the Chinese Communist Party has more than 90, almost 100 million members. You know, this is more than 10% of adult population. So, you know, as compared to the Assemblée Citoyenne, it's a pretty big group. And the view they try to express is, okay, this is a minority, but it's more socially representative than Western political assemblies. And these are people which are more motivated and which discuss more. Okay, they have a whole theory which I don't find particularly convincing, in particular because, you know, outside the party there's basically no information at all about whether there's really any deliberation inside the party, and mostly what you see outside is, of course, the very oppressive nature of the system, the brutalization of the electoral system in Hong Kong, of minorities, etc. Well, okay, everything we know about, but you know, still, I think the competition with China, you know, is going to be a complicated one. And if Western government basically don't go toward a more kind of democratic socialism that I was describing before, you know, getting rid of the public debts through exceptional tax on private wealth, more ecological investment, you know, very sharp reduction of inequality. You know, we had the example, and I'm going to stop there, of a climate policy in France under Macron, where, you know, you had this big increase in carbon tax, which was supposed to be in the name of the climate. And then, you know, people realized that the same money that they paid in carbon tax in 2017, 2018 was spent by the very same government the very same year to pay for the repeal of the wealth tax. And then, you know, the government said, no, this is not the same thing. These are the same amount. This is the same year, but this has nothing to do. We do it for the climate. But then somehow people said, okay, you do it for the climate, but you really take me for a complete fool. And we saw what happened, and the carbon tax was repealed. And, you know, we can have an assembly, you know, like the one Hélène was describing, but that's not going to bring back the sense of justice and the sense of acceptability of, you know, a fair economic system and a fair tax system. So anyway, we're in troubles if we don't move toward more equality and some kind of democratic socialism. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm going to take questions now. Can you stop sharing maybe so we can
see
you instead and have a conversation? So I'm going to wait for some questions. We have Marc.
Thank you for the presentation. So I would like to ask a question about the first empirical regularity that you showed us, the rising trend in tax to GDP ratios, starting from the late 19th century until today in Western Europe. That is known as Wagner's law, right? So,
I'm here.
Well, when Wagner first noticed that regularity, rising tax to GDP ratios in developed nations, his explanation was that this is a consequence of industrialization.
Burak, can you please speak further from the microphone? It's really, yeah.
Maybe that is better.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you think that the recent technological breakthroughs could help the Wagner's law to continue and become one of the crises that you mentioned. So you mentioned two possible crises, right? Maybe those technological developments can be the third source of crisis. I would like to know what you think about this.
Yeah, you know, industrialization, of course, was very critical for the development of a particular kind of political socialization and political mobilization and trade unions and political parties. So we all know about how important it was. But at the same time, it was not, I mean, there are other forms of political mobilization, political organizations that can, you know, in the long run, it delivers the same outcome or continues this process toward the you know, the what I've called the social state. You know, in the sense that you know, if you look at the share of employment in manufacturing, you know, you know, it has gone up a lot until 1950, 1960s, and it has gone hugely down, you know, in Western countries. It has really little resemblance with the general rise of the social state, you know, which has not gone down, which is not going to go down. So to me, it's mostly orthogonal in the sense that it has an impact through you know, different new forms of political organization and socialization, but it's mostly indirect, and many other forms of mobilization can do the job with or without a manufacturing economy or a service economy.
Okay, next we have Jacome, Max, and Jacome. So.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas, for this hello, for this talk. So I have two questions. So one is, you mentioned a public debt crisis as a possible scenario or a likely scenario for the future that may trigger the political changes that you have envisaged. What makes you think that this is something going to happen, that we really need, at least in, say, in Western Europe, to drastically reduce debt? Because actually there was much talk about the scarcity of safe assets at a global level, and that there is a huge demand actually for safe assets. And also Max talked just a few minutes ago about a system in order to increase even more public debt. So my first question is, why do you expect the opposite? And the second question concerns the taxation of inheritances that you proposed. So from the table that you showed us, I understood that even small inheritances should be taxed, and also small wealth levels. But now let's forget about the wealth tax, just consider the inheritance tax. So nowadays, at least for ordinary people, a great deal of intergenerational transfers occurs by means of inter vivos gifts. So, and this begins with allowing children to go to a good university that has fees and so on. So how would you practically implement such a tax schedule on small inter vivos gifts and the inheritance? So what would be the requirement on citizens in order to accomplish with this taxation?
Okay, so let me answer to both questions. So first, regarding public debt. So I think, you know, today's equilibrium in rich countries is very precarious. So the today's equilibrium is, of course, one based on zero interest rate. So, you know, where central banks have taken a very big share of the public debt on their balance sheet, and it's a 0% interest rate. So we feel the problem is solved forever. there are a number of problems with this view. One is first that it's a very Western-centered view, because in fact, this 0% interest rate that we have, other countries in the South, when they borrow on market, they don't exactly have 0%. And so it's really a new sort of wide privilege, if you want, of North privilege, because on world financial markets, every investor from everywhere wants to put money in the West. So, it's good for a taxpayer in the North, if you want, but, it's not exactly good for the world distribution of income. So that's problem number one. I mean, people in the North can say we don't care, so that's not the most important, but still I wanted to start with this. Second problem, which can be more important for the taxpayer in the North, is that, having a zero interest rate can actually increase inequality a lot, inequality of wealth in particular. So for people with very little wealth, we only have small saving account, in Germany or France, having 0% interest rate on their saving account, is not necessarily very good news. For people who have enough collateral or enough expertise to borrow at 0% and invest in Parisian real estate or in the stock market, you have huge returns that people are making right now when you see, the increase in top millionaire and billionaire wealth over the past 10 years. I think the 0% interest rate is contributing to that. And so at some point, I think the public opinion is going to say, okay, it's good, you've used your monetary policy, to save the banks, the bankers, the public debt, but now I want you to save me as well. And I want, direct transfer of central bank to my account. So I mean, the issue of how much inequality is generated through this monetary policy is going to become a bigger and bigger issue.
Excuse me, on this, I mean, but if you decrease public debt, then yes, you're going to decrease, I guess, the interest rate. No,
but no, I don't think so particularly. But the public debt is the part that today on the balance sheet of the central banks, could just be forgotten entirely right away, and this is the right time to do it, because if and when the interest rate go back to 1 or 2 or 3%, which at some point will happen, nobody knows when. Well, first, the interest to pay for the taxpayer will be huge, even with 1 or 2 or 3% interest rate. I can tell you that taxpayers in Europe, or actually anyway, will never accept to pay the primary surplus they will need to pay for this interest payment to anyone, whether it's to the central bank or to the private banking system. So it will be a big political crisis as soon as the interest rate increase just a little bit. And I think for the share of the public debt that's on the central bank balance sheet, it's the right time when interest rate is at 0% to cancel it forever. Or, if you want, you can postpone it until global warming has been solved, for the next century or next 2 centuries. In the case of Germany, when the foreign debt of Germany was cancelled in 1953, as we know, in fact, it was not cancelled. It was, they said, okay, we will talk again about it at the time of German unification, which at the time looked very like solving global warming. And in 1991, at the time of German unification, it came back to the table, but then people said, oh, it's very stupid. We forgot to index the public debt on inflation and GDP. So now this is a stupid monetary amount. So let's cancel it completely. And, we will end up doing something like this. It will not be complete cancellation because people feel attacked by this attack on private property, but it will be the same in a more hypocrite manner. But anyway, that's for public debt. Now, for inheritance, let me make clear that what I'm proposing is a basic inheritance for all. So for small inheritance, it's not taxation at all, it's a transfer. So everybody will get in the proposal I have made, 60% of average per adult wealth in basic inheritance. So in the case of France or Germany, where average wealth per adult today is around 200,000 euro, it will be 120,000 euro for everybody. So at age 25. So everybody would receive this at age 25. So for the bottom 50% of the population, right now, they receive close to zero, 5,000, 10,000. So for the bottom 50% of the population, it will be a huge increase. They will receive a lot. And I think it's very important, generally speaking, that the tax revenue from the inheritance tax and even more importantly from the wealth tax, which in the system I propose is, will be 5 times bigger than the inheritance tax, and which is already the case today. Annual tax on property, raise a lot more revenues than inheritance tax, and I think there are good and deep reasons for that. So this tax revenue from inheritance and wealth tax will be put in like a social security fund. It will be inheritance for all fund, which will pay directly this 120,000 euros at age 25. So if someone wants to reduce the tax revenue going to this fund, then you also have to explain, it's like for social security or health insurance, then you have to explain, what are the medicines that you cut and the doctors that you cut and the basic inheritance that you cut. I don't think it will be so easy. As far as higher education system is concerned, in my view, this should be basically free, like what it is actually in Germany or Sweden, with a minimum income, basic income for students, so that will not be a relevant issue.
Okay, so we have
so just for clarification.
No, I think, I'm sorry, just out of fairness, there are a lot of people who want to ask questions. So I think that what we can do perhaps is take all the questions at once, and then Thomas can try to spread himself fairly. And I'll also ask the very short question by a colleague of mine in the chat. Didak Kera wants to ask, can we increase tax progressivity without capital controls? And then now I'm going to turn to Jacome and Max, so we can ask a question as well.
Yeah, that's a brief. This last graph with the wealth of the public sector in China and the net wealth of the public sector in the Western. So are you advocating for an increase in the public assets in the West? So which areas should be nationalized, so to speak?
And my question was also about China, but it may or may not make sense to ask the question. It depends on your argument. So maybe I'll save this for the break, because I have to ask a small question, and then the big question might make sense or not.
Oh, okay. Well then, we have about 4 minutes if we want to give everyone a break before Suresh's presentation. So, Thomas.
Okay. So 2 very good questions. First, capital control. Do we need to reintroduce capital control to do all of this? The answer is yes. So I think, free capital mobility without any condition in terms of common taxation, common regulation was the most stupid. Well, it was not stupid in the sense that the people who were pushing for it knew very well what they were doing. And I think some other people who signed for it, they didn't know what they were doing, or anyway, it happened quickly. There are very nice books looking at the 1980s. This very nice book by Abdelal on capital rules. Looking at the French socialist negotiation with the German Christian Democrats. So anyway, but the bottom line is we should get rid of this in the sense that we have created a sort of sacralized right, to make a fortune in a country using the public infrastructure, the public education system of the country, everything, and then you push on a button, you transfer the wealth to another jurisdiction, and nobody knows where you are, nobody knows how much tax you pay, and then you tell the rest of the population, oh, too bad, I don't know where they have all gone, so now I have to tax you because these people I don't. So you create a very sophisticated legal infrastructure, which in effect is making it impossible to have anything like a fair distribution of burden. And the outcome at the end is that this is a machinery to make the middle class, the lower middle class hate globalization. This is a machinery then to go to sort of nationalist, ethnocentric movement, because if you explain people there's nothing you can do about reducing class inequalities, and you turn to other kind of political échappatoire, and anyway. So I think yes, countries have to get out of this. There's some discussion, of course, at OECD of moving toward automatic transmission of information about international assets, but it's still, if it doesn't come with real taxation and with, sufficient, it's all cheap talk, and it's not really going any far. So I think individual countries have to move. And the only progress, just to finish, the only progress that has been made in the past 10 years, this came when some individual countries, for instance, the United States government, told Switzerland, okay, if you don't, send me all the information about my taxpayers, you just lose your banking license in the US. This was not planned in the initial treaty, bilateral treaty between Switzerland and US, but you just, at some point, you have to get rid of the bad treaties that you signed beforehand and through unilateral sanctions. That's the only way. Countries in Europe have a hard time understanding this, so I don't know how much time it will take. About public assets, the first thing to do will be to get rid of the public debt part, to reduce. So after World War II, the public debt was reduced. It was 200–300% of national income in 1945, 1950. In 1955, it was down to below 20%. Through a mixture of debt cancellation, exceptional tax on private wealth, inflation, which is the least good way of doing it. The first two are much better. And so if you reduce the public debt to this, then in effect, you get a significant net public wealth. Then do you want to extend your public assets? Well, in some areas like health, hospitals or universities, yes. Transportation infrastructure, some energy infrastructure, maybe yes. How far you want to go? Do you want to get to this 30% of China share of public wealth? Do you want to get more or less? I think then it really depends on the governance system, and it brings us, to the question of democracy, which Hélène and Isabelle were talking about, which I didn't talk too much about in this presentation, but which is absolutely key, because when you have so much common resources and money to deal with, the governance system and how you build new forms of more democratic governance for the public sectors is absolutely critical.
Thank you.
So let me stop there.
Okay, I think it's a good time to stop. If you want to continue, we have exactly 4 minutes for a quick break before we get to the last session. So thank you again, everyone.
Okay, well,
thank you.
Thanks a lot to everyone.
Thank you, bye-bye.
John, am I chairing the next session too, or did you pass the baton to someone else? I couldn't remember.
No, you're supposed to do the afternoon, but it's supposed to start at 2:15. So there's a 15-minute break now.
Oh, I on the calendar it says that we're starting at.
Let's talk about it later.
Let's get started. So we are now giving the floor to Suresh Naidu from Columbia University, who's presenting a paper written with Elisa, Jacome, and Ilyana Kuziemko. Suresh, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. So this is joint with Ilyana Kuziemko and Elisa Jacome. Ilyana's on the call, and so I think the point of this, it's an empirical exercise, but it's one I thought you'd all find interesting, and I also thought interesting to bring up these issues of like representation and gender and race in a socialism conference. So okay, so let's. Okay, so in kind of the modern socialist tradition, equality of opportunity is sort of considered like a key sort of goal. It's kind of what I think a lot of the literature sort of converged on as like as a goal of the distributive justice of goals of socialism. And basically, this is proxied in economics as measures of intergenerational mobility, and you can of course quibble with that as a proxy, and it's a coarse and an imperfect proxy, but we kind of use it. And then there's this kind of growing body of evidence that the US is much less mobile than other rich countries. So using administrative data, the modern US like rank correlation, so the correlation of the parents' rank in the income distribution with the child's rank in the income distribution is around 0.38, which is really high. And when you compare it to the rank, to Canada and Denmark, you can see it's like 0.2. So a question that our paper tries to answer is, has it always been so, or have patterns of mobility changed over time? And an important part of that is that, in recent data, it's kind of acknowledged that racial inequality is a contributor to low US mobility. So Hertz 2005 sort of argues, if you actually look within race, the US is much more mobile. It's like a cross race that does a lot of the work in explaining why the US is has such low mobility. And importantly, in almost all of the historical estimates, non-whites are kind of omitted, and women are also mostly omitted. And the reasons for that are because historical estimates require linking across censuses. So you have to find kids in a household and then link them forward to their adult selves. But because women get married and change their names, because actually non-whites often, like Blacks historically often change their names or much more mobile populations, it's just much harder to get linkages for these populations. And so they've just been kind of omitted from calculations of intergenerational mobility in historical estimates. So what we're going to do is collect data and develop a measure that allows investigation of like a representative sample of the full cohort of all US born individuals in a given year, starting in 1910. And so the lever that we have is surveys that are retrospective, that they ask you, what did your father do while you were growing up? And they ask you, what is your current family income? And so, and basically what we can do is go through like kind of a ton of old surveys, kind of starting in the 50s and 60s, that ask these questions. And by putting together lots and lots of small surveys, you can actually get like a pretty big sample and can kind of get pretty precise estimates of this. And so, one advantage of this is that a lot of the historical literature has sort of looked at occupation scores, which are conditioned on a respondent working, but family income is a concept that includes women even if they don't work. So you can be in a household with a given income even if you don't work. And so we think that we're the first paper that examines representative full cohort mobility over long periods of time. So just to preview our main findings, our main finding is that indeed the US has historically increased full cohort mobility. So finding in the literature is that as far back as we have like kind of really great data, mobility has not changed. Like the rank-rank correlation has been pretty stable since cohorts born in like the 1971 on. But what we can show with our data is that it falls a lot between 1910 and 1940 and then is flat afterwards. So this intergenerational income elasticity falls from about 0.65 to 0.44. The rank-rank correlation falls from about 0.36 to 0.23. And then after the 1940s, the measures sort of drift back up, giving sort of a U-shape in persistence that mirrors the U-shape in inequality. And one of the things that we then do is sort of examine how much of sort of the changes in racial inequality can account for this increase in equality of opportunity. So what we kind of we do a decomposition of the change in intergenerational mobility between say cohorts born in 1910 to cohorts born in 1940, and we find that like the racial convergence in absolute family incomes in the early 20th century explains about 25 to 50% of the decline. So it's not changing relationships sort of between you and your father's income. It's just kind of that black-white absolute income differences are converging, and that kind of generates a big, that decreases the overall correlation between father and child incomes considerably. So I'll walk through that when I get there. We're also able to look by gender, and we basically find that, from all of our sample, Len is like women are marrying men that make the same as their brothers. So it basically looks like the pattern in female intergenerational mobility looks the same as men, but marriage becomes an important mediator for women post 1960. So the selection into marriage changes, and then marriage becomes like an important mediator sort of post 1960. And then I'm not sure I'll get to it, but there's also kind of a race cross-gender interaction here. So one of the things we sort of found is that Black women in particular experience they're like the worst off group at the beginning of our sample period, but their income goes up a lot and in percentage terms just because they're so low in this 1910 to 1940 period. And one of the interesting things we sort of have is that a chunk of that is driven by Black male life expectancy. So because you're now like widowhood turns out to be way more prevalent in the Black female population than in the white female population. And if you're a widow, you don't have an earning spouse. And so your family income is a lot lower. And so increases in Black male mortality, in Black male life expectancy reduce the rate of Black female widowhood, and that raises outcomes for absolute outcomes for Black women. And that it turns out to be also a contributor to this reduction in intergenerational persistence over time. So that's kind of the big picture. So just to relate it to the themes of this conference, so when I think about this literature, I always come back to Cohen's 2009 book about why not socialism, where he kind of goes through different notions of equality of opportunity and kind of categorizes them into bourgeois bourgeois equality of opportunity, where all you ask for is equal treatment under the law. Both formal and informal law. And, I think traditionally, probably socialists have sort of thought that race and gender inequalities are kind of atavistic legacies of the failure of bourgeois equality. And so, basically, we don't need to worry about that because, the bourgeois have it in some sense. And so we need to accelerate it, but it's conceptually captured by bourgeois notions of equality of opportunity. Now, then you can kind of think about the modern left liberal or meritocratic version of this. This is where instead what you want to do is equalize social disadvantages, not individual. So differences due to like differences in access to education, differences in family investments, those things ought to be compensated for, but we want to maintain a meritocracy. So basically, if you happen to be a high ability, we want to make sure that high ability minorities, high ability women are able to realize their potential at the same level as white men. But so it retains this meritocratic ideal, but it's silent on identity-based differences in abilities or preferences. And so if you then took a socialist view on equality of opportunities, you'd think equalize all differences, not the result of choice, effort, or luck. And so, the socialists would probably say you'd equalize to compensate for any identity-based differences in abilities, but you wouldn't want to compensate for differences in preferences, potentially. But when you sort of come to this from feminist and race scholars have long pointed to endogeneity of preferences that may sustain inequality. And so there might be a role for thinking about what does equality of opportunity mean when there's certain preferences that are like the legacy of historical injustice or just the legacy of history that we actually don't want to recognize as legitimate, and we want to undo them. And so the references there are Kate Manny and Tommy Shelby, who are both gender and race scholars that are sort of talking about this. Okay, with that, let's go into what we actually do. These are all of the surveys that we get. So a lot of this, some of these are well known. Some of these are just found by burrowing around historical survey archives on ICPSR. And so we're basically restricting attention to native-born men and women aged 30 to 50. And we use all data sets that I think we have almost all of them that ask family income and father income with sufficient detail. So something like we need you to have 30 occupations that in the data. And then we estimate two equations. One is just sort of a very standard intergenerational elasticity, which is the log of a child's household income on the log of parents' income, controlling for age, and we control for a survey fixed effect. And then we kind of, for comparability with the modern literature, we estimate this rank-rank correlation, which is the rank of a kid inside all of the people in their same year. So it's like an age-adjusted rank on the rank of the parents among all parents having kids in the same year that the child is born, and controlling for survey fixed effects. And so this is kind of what the distribution of our samples looks like across all these different surveys. So you can see we have a pretty good representation in 1910, 1920, 1930, and then we kind of taper off. But this is where you can almost do things with the modern administrative data, and so you don't need these surveys to look at anything from 1970 on. This is just kind of what the raw data looks like if you just plot father's income on family income. And you can see it's lumpy because we're assigning father's income based on their occupation. So that's going to be a lumpy measure of father's income. But when you sort of collapse it, you get something that looks like this. So this is in the whole pooled sample, you have an intergenerational elasticity of 0.45. So that means like a 10% increase in father's income translates into, 4.5% increase in kids' income. And then in rank, you get something like that looks like 0.3, and again, it's pretty linear. It looks a little sticky at the bottom that you kind of see in modern administrative data sets, and again around 0.3. So this is what modern data looks like. So this is from modern IRS data. And so there they have a slightly higher slope of like 0.35. But again, you sort of see the stickiness at the bottom and at the top. Okay, so what can we do with this is we can look at this over time. So this is that intergenerational elasticity over time by cohort. So this is looking for the whole population. What's their correlation with their father's income? And you can see it declines over this period and then rises a bit in the post-war period. And then when you look at rank, you sort of see a really stark decline in intergenerational persistence, and then again like kind of a flat-ish pattern after the 1940s. And so, one of the main results of the paper is that there's a major rank reduction over this period. So if you just plot the cohorts born between 1910 and 1919 in the blue line, and then the cohorts born between 1940 and 1949, you kind of see that the slope sort of falls by about 0.16. So there's like an actual, the US has historically been able to improve equality of opportunity. And it sort of happened in this, same period all the rest of American social democracy happened. And just to put up what inequality looks like, partly as a data check, just to make sure that we're reproducing what we know about inequality, is that you sort of see that we're putting the Gini coefficient on here and seeing that the inequality falls and then rises again. And that sort of roughly tracks the intergenerational elasticity. So it suggests this like great Gatsby curve that it's very difficult to improve. There seems to be a robust correlation between just the level of inequality and the and intergenerational correlations. This is the, we don't know that this is due to like the expansion of schooling in the early 20th century, but when you put years schooling as the outcome, you kind of see this really fast and striking reduction in the correlation between father's income and own schooling. And this is a big period of like public educational expansion in the US, and so that's probably one of the contributors here to improved mobility. Okay, so now the thing I want to focus on for this talk is the differences by race and gender. So first, let's look at gender. So again, like I said, looking at household income and no census linking allows examination of patterns of female mobility. And there's no clear divergence between male